What you're about to see will shatter everything you think you know about history. For over 500 years we've been told the same story. After Rome fell, Europe plunged into darkness. Ignorance reigned. Civilization collapsed. Barbarians destroyed everything beautiful and true. But what if every single word of that story is a lie? What if I told you that during these supposedly dark centuries, European minds created the most imaginative mythology ever conceived? What if I told you that while Rome was falling, other civilizations were building the most magnificent cities on earth? What if I told you that the people we call barbarians were master craftsmen, brilliant strategists, and sophisticated traders who connected 3 continents? So who told us this lie? And why have we believed it for so long? The truth is, the Renaissance created the myth of the Dark Ages to make themselves look better by comparison. And we've been repeating their propaganda ever since. Tonight, we're going to tear down that lie brick by brick. We're going to meet the real people of medieval Europe, the monster dreamers and cathedral builders, the Viking explorers and Islamic scholars, the feudal warriors and monastic inventors who created the world we live in today. Because the Middle Ages weren't dark at all. They were blazing with light so bright that it's still illuminating our world today. You'll witness the moment Rome truly died, the birth of monsters that still haunt our nightmares. The day Islamic armies reached the gates of Paris, the Viking who became a French duke, the battle that saved Christian Europe, and the greatest building project in human history. This is the story they never wanted you to hear. Chapter 1. When Giants Fell, the Twilight of Rome. Picture this, it's the year 376, and somewhere along the frozen banks of the Danube River, a desperate father is making an impossible choice. Behind him, smoke rises from his burning village. Ahead lies the mighty Roman Empire, the same empire that has ruled his people's nightmares for generations. But today, for the first time in 4 centuries, Romans aren't the hunters. They're about to become the hunted. What this father doesn't know, what no one could know, is that his decision to cross that river will trigger a cascade of events that will topple the greatest empire the world has ever seen. This isn't just the story of Rome's fall. This is the story of how an entire world died and how from its ashes something completely unexpected would emerge. For over 400 years, Rome had seemed eternal. Its legions had conquered from the Scottish Highlands to the deserts of Africa, from the Atlantic shores to the rivers of Mesopotamia. Roman roads connected 3 continents. Roman law governed millions. Roman culture had become synonymous with civilization itself. If you had asked any educated person in the year 300 whether Rome could fall, they would have laughed at your ignorance. But empires, like all living things, carry the seeds of their own destruction, and by the 4th century those seeds were beginning to sprout in ways that would have terrified even Rome's most pessimistic prophets. Let's return to our desperate father at the Danube, because his story is really the story of climate change, medieval style. Far to the east, across the endless steppes of Asia, the earth was growing colder. Grasslands that had fed enormous herds for centuries were withering. The Huns, those legendary horsemen who would later terrorize Europe under Attila, were being pushed westward by failing harvests and the collapse of their traditional way of life. But here's what makes this story fascinating rather than simply tragic. The Huns weren't mindless destroyers. They were survivors using their superior mobility to pressure other tribes, who in turn pressured others, creating a domino effect that would reshape the entire continent. The Goths Proud, sophisticated people with their own rich culture and military traditions suddenly found themselves caught between the advancing Huns behind them and the supposedly impregnable Roman frontier ahead. Think of it like a massive traffic jam on a highway, except instead of cars, you have entire nations, and instead of being late for work, the stakes are the survival of entire civilizations. The Gothic leader Fritigern faced the same choice as our imaginary father: stay and face certain destruction from the Huns, or risk everything on Roman mercy. The Romans, to their credit, initially tried to manage this crisis through negotiation. Emperor Valens agreed to allow the Goths to settle within Roman territory, but as subordinates, not equals. Roman officials were supposed to provide food and land for these refugees. Instead, they saw an opportunity for profit, selling the desperate Goths dog meat at inflated prices and forcing Gothic families to sell their children into slavery just to survive. This is where the story takes a turn that would have made Machiavelli proud. The Goths, pushed beyond endurance, did something no one expected. They united. Not just with each other, but with other barbarian groups, with Roman army deserters, even with slaves who saw their chance for freedom. By 378, what had started as a refugee crisis had become a full-scale military revolution. The Battle of Adrianople in 378 marked the moment when the impossible became inevitable. Emperor Valens himself died in the fighting, his body never found among the thousands of Roman dead. For the first time in centuries, a Roman emperor had been killed in battle by barbarians. The psychological impact was devastating. If the emperor himself wasn't safe, who was? But here's what's truly remarkable about this period. The Goths didn't want to destroy Rome. They wanted to become Romans. Gothic leaders like Alaric adopted Roman titles, wore Roman regalia, and governed using Roman administrative systems. They saw themselves not as conquerors, but as the rightful inheritors of Roman civilization. This creates one of history's great ironies. The people we call barbarians were often more committed to preserving Roman culture than the Romans themselves. While Roman senators in far-off Ravenna squabbled over tax revenues, Gothic kings were maintaining Roman roads, protecting Roman cities, and even defending Roman frontiers against other barbarian groups. Which brings us to one of history's most perfectly symbolic moments: the rise and fall of Romulus Augustulus, the last Western Roman emperor. His story reads like something out of a dark fairy tale. Picture a 10-year-old boy, given a name that combined Rome's legendary founder with its first emperor, thrust onto a throne that had once commanded the world. Romulus Augustulus, Little Augustus, was installed as emperor in 476 by his father, a Germanic general named Orestes. The irony was thick enough to cut with a sword, a barbarian general making his son emperor of Rome. But young Romulus was emperor of what exactly? By 476, the Western Roman Empire controlled little more than Italy, and barely that. Gaul was ruled by Frankish kings, Spain by Visigoths, North Africa by Vandals, and Britain by Anglo-Saxon warlords. The boy emperor's actual authority probably didn't extend beyond the walls of Ravenna, the marshy city where the imperial court had fled for safety. Enter Odoacer, another Germanic general, but one with a better grasp of political theatre than most modern politicians. Instead of simply killing the boy emperor, which would have been the traditional solution, Odoacer did something far more clever. He deposed Romulus Augustulus with elaborate courtesy, granted him a generous pension, and sent him to live comfortably in a villa in southern Italy. Then came the masterstroke. Instead of proclaiming himself emperor, Odoacer sent the imperial regalia, the crown, the purple robes, all the symbols of Roman authority, back to Constantinople with a message that essentially said, "We don't need a Western emperor anymore. One emperor in Constantinople is quite enough." This wasn't destruction, it was a corporate merger. Odoacer was essentially arguing that the Roman Empire didn't need to fall, it just needed better management. He would rule Italy as the Eastern Emperor's representative, bringing efficiency and stability to a region that had seen chaos for decades. And you know what? It worked. For over a decade, Odoacer governed Italy more successfully than the last several legitimate emperors had managed. He maintained Roman institutions, protected Roman citizens, and even defended Italy against other barbarian invasions. If you were an ordinary person living in Ravenna or Rome, you probably noticed very little difference between imperial rule and Odoacer's administration. But symbols matter, especially in politics. The moment those imperial regalia were packed up and shipped east, everyone knew that something fundamental had changed. The Western Roman Empire hadn't died in a blaze of glory. It had simply been filed away, like a business that had outlived its usefulness. While the West stumbled towards its bureaucratic ending, something extraordinary was happening in Constantinople. The Eastern Roman Empire, which we now call Byzantium, was experiencing what might be called history's greatest second act. Emperor Justinian I, who ruled from 527 to 565, had a dream that was both magnificent and impossible. He wanted to restore the Roman Empire to its former glory. Not just the eastern half, but all of it. He envisioned Roman legions once again, marching through the forums of Rome, Roman fleets controlling the Mediterranean, and Roman law governing from Britain to Babylon. What makes Justinian's story so compelling is that he very nearly succeeded. His general Belisarius, one of history's great military geniuses, reconquered North Africa from the Vandals in a lightning campaign that lasted just 2 years. The Vandal kingdom, which had seemed unshakable, simply collapsed before Byzantine professionalism and superior resources. Emboldened by this success, Justinian turned his attention to Italy. The Gothic kingdom established by Odoacer's successors was torn by internal conflicts, and Justinian saw his opportunity. What followed was the Gothic War, a 20-year struggle that would prove to be both Byzantium's greatest triumph and its most costly mistake. The war began brilliantly for the Byzantines. Belisarius captured Rome itself in 536, and for a brief moment it seemed as though the old empire might truly be restored. Byzantine officials returned to govern Roman territories. Byzantine tax collectors began extracting revenues that hadn't been seen in generations, and Byzantine craftsmen began the work of restoring Roman monuments. But wars of reconquest are fundamentally different from wars of conquest. When you're conquering new territory, you can reward your soldiers with loot and land. When you're liberating territory that was once yours, you're expected to restore it to its former glory. A much more expensive proposition. The Gothic War dragged on for 2 decades, consuming resources that Byzantium desperately needed for other frontiers. While Byzantine armies were bogged down in Italian sieges, Persian forces were threatening the empire's eastern provinces, and new barbarian groups were pressing across the Danube. Justinian found himself fighting a 3-front war, with resources designed for one. But even as his military campaigns strained the empire's finances, Justinian was investing in projects that would outlast all his conquests. The Corpus Juris Civilis, Justinian's comprehensive legal code, would become the foundation of European law for the next 1,000 years. The Hagia Sophia, completed in 537, remained the world's largest cathedral for nearly a millennium. Most importantly, Justinian's court became a magnet for scholars, artists and intellectuals from across the Mediterranean world. While libraries burned in the West, Byzantine scribes were copying and preserving manuscripts that contained the wisdom of ages. While Western cities declined, Constantinople was becoming the largest, wealthiest and most sophisticated city in the world. Yet even Byzantium's golden age carried within it the seeds of future troubles. The costs of Justinian's wars and building projects strained the empire's resources just as a new catastrophe was about to strike, one that would make all his military victories seem insignificant by comparison. The plague of Justinian arrived in Constantinople in 541, probably carried by trading ships from Egypt. This wasn't just any disease, it was bubonic plague, the same Black Death that would terrorize Europe 8 centuries later. But the 6th century outbreak was even more devastating than its medieval successor. Contemporary sources describe scenes that read like something from a horror novel. Procopius, the great Byzantine historian, wrote of bodies stacked like cordwood in the streets, of houses sealed shut, with entire families dead inside, of the sweet smell of death hanging over the greatest city in the world. The plague killed an estimated 25 million people across the Byzantine Empire, roughly half the population. For Justinian personally, the plague was both a physical and political catastrophe. He contracted the disease himself and barely survived, emerging weakened and marked by the ordeal. More importantly, the plague had destroyed the tax base that funded his ambitious projects. The territories he had reconquered at such cost were now depopulated and worthless. By the time of Justinian's death in 565, his dream of restored empire was already crumbling. The Lombards, a new Germanic tribe, invaded northern Italy and undid much of his Italian reconquest. The Avars and Slavs were pressing across the Danube, occupying territories that Byzantine forces could no longer defend. Most ominously, Persian forces were advancing deeper into Byzantine territory than they had for centuries. But here's what makes Byzantium's story different from Rome's. Instead of collapsing, the empire adapted. Byzantine generals developed new military tactics suited to their reduced resources. Byzantine diplomats became masters of playing enemies against each other. Byzantine scholars continued their work of preservation and innovation, ensuring that the lights of learning never went out completely. As we stand at the end of the 6th century, surveying the wreckage of Justinian's grand ambitions, we might be tempted to see only failure and decline. The Western Roman Empire was gone forever, its territories divided among barbarian kingdoms. The Eastern Empire had exhausted itself in futile attempts at reconquest and was facing new threats on every frontier, but this apparent ending was actually a beginning. The collapse of centralized Roman authority had created a power vacuum that would be filled in ways no one could have predicted. In the barbarian kingdoms of the West, new forms of government were emerging that would eventually evolve into the nation-states of modern Europe. In Byzantium, a more compact but more resilient empire was taking shape, one that would survive for another 1,000 years. And far to the south, in the Arabian Peninsula, a merchant named Muhammad was beginning to receive revelations that would launch the fastest-growing empire in human history. One that would challenge everything that remained of the Roman world and force Europe to reimagine its place in a rapidly changing world. The age of Rome was ending, but the age of what we call the Middle Ages was just beginning. And contrary to everything you might have heard about the so-called Dark Ages, what was coming would be anything but dark. Chapter 2. The Crescent and the Cross. Collision of Civilizations, 622-732 CE. Picture this. It's the year 622, and the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius has just achieved what seemed impossible. He's driven the Persian armies from the gates of Constantinople and reclaimed the true cross from Jerusalem. The Roman Empire appears to be experiencing a miraculous resurrection after centuries of decline. Yet at that very moment, 1,500 miles to the south, a middle-aged merchant in the Arabian city of Mecca is about to receive a revelation that will reshape 3 continents and challenge everything Europeans thought they knew about power, faith, and the very nature of civilization itself. The man's name was Muhammad ibn Abdullah, and by all accounts he was utterly unremarkable, at least by the standards of his time. He couldn't read or write, he'd never commanded an army, and he came from a modest trading family in a city that most of the civilized world considered a backwater. Yet, within 30 years of his first vision in a cave outside Mecca, the movement he inspired would conquer more territory than Rome had accumulated in 3 centuries of expansion. But here's what makes this story truly extraordinary. Muhammad died in 632, just 10 years after his flight from Mecca to Medina, the event Muslims call the Hijrah, which marks the beginning of their calendar. In those brief 10 years, he had barely managed to unite the fractious tribes of the Arabian Peninsula. The explosive expansion that followed wasn't really his doing. It was the work of his successors, the Rashidun Caliphs, who took his spiritual message and transformed it into the most effective military and administrative machine the medieval world had ever seen. Consider the sheer audacity of what happened next. Within 4 years of Muhammad's death, Arab armies had shattered the Sassanid Persian Empire, a civilization that had endured for 4 centuries and controlled everything from modern-day Iraq to Afghanistan. By 638, they had captured Jerusalem, the holiest city in Christendom. By 641, they had conquered Egypt, the breadbasket of the Byzantine Empire and home to the ancient civilization of the pharaohs. By 651, they controlled all of modern-day Iran, Afghanistan, and much of Central Asia. The secret to their success wasn't just military prowess, though their tactics were revolutionary. Arab warriors fought with a mobility and coordination that their enemies couldn't match, striking like lightning and vanishing before counterattacks could be organized. But the real key was something far more profound. They offered their conquered subjects something that neither the Byzantines nor the Persians had provided: religious tolerance, lower taxes, and competent administration. You see, the great empires that the Arabs conquered had become bloated, corrupt, and oppressive. Byzantine and Persian peasants often welcomed the Arab conquerors as liberators rather than invaders. The Arabs didn't force conversion to Islam. In fact, they initially discouraged it, since conversion meant fewer taxpayers. Instead, they created a system where Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians could practice their faiths freely as long as they paid a special tax and acknowledged Muslim political authority. But perhaps most remarkably, they managed to hold this vast empire together. While Europe was fragmenting into countless feuding kingdoms, the Islamic world remained unified under a single political and religious authority. From Spain to Central Asia, a merchant could travel thousands of miles using the same currency, speaking the same administrative language, and following the same legal codes. Yet even as this new empire consolidated its eastern conquests, its generals were already looking west, toward the glittering prize that had eluded even the mighty Persians, Constantinople, the last bastion of the Roman Empire. The Islamic conquest of Spain began not with a grand strategic plan, but with a bitter personal betrayal that would echo through centuries of European history. In the year 710, Roderick, a Visigothic nobleman, seized the throne of Spain through what amounted to a military coup. But Roderick had made a fatal enemy in Count Julian, the governor of Ceuta, the last Byzantine stronghold in North Africa. The exact nature of their conflict remains shrouded in legend. Some chronicles claim Roderick raped Julian's daughter. Others suggest it was a political dispute over succession rights. What we know for certain is that Julian sent a secret message across the Strait of Gibraltar to Tariq ibn Ziyad, the Muslim governor of North Africa, with an offer that would change the course of European history. He would provide ships and intelligence for an Islamic invasion of Spain. In the spring of 711, Tariq landed at the rocky promontory that would bear his name, Jabal Tariq or Gibraltar, with just 7,000 men. It seemed like a pitifully small force to conquer an entire kingdom, but Tariq understood something that Roderick did not. The Visigothic kingdom of Spain was a house of cards waiting to collapse. The Visigoths had ruled Spain for 3 centuries, but they had never truly integrated with the Hispanic Roman population they governed. They were a warrior aristocracy that comprised perhaps 1% of the population, ruling over a vast majority of Catholics who viewed their Arian Christian rulers as heretics. Even more critically, the kingdom was racked by civil war, with various noble factions supporting different claimants to the throne. When Roderick finally gathered his forces to face the Muslim invaders, he discovered that many of his own nobles refused to fight. At the decisive Battle of Guadalete, fought somewhere in southern Spain in July 711, Roderick's army simply melted away. The king himself vanished during the battle. His body was never found, leading to centuries of legends about his mysterious fate. With Roderick's death, organized Visigothic resistance collapsed overnight. Within 7 years, Muslim armies had conquered virtually the entire Iberian Peninsula, from Gibraltar to the Pyrenees. Only a handful of Christian strongholds in the remote mountains of Asturias remained unconquered, and these seemed like insignificant remnants of a dead kingdom. But the most remarkable aspect of the Islamic conquest wasn't its speed. It was how the conquerors transformed Spain into medieval Europe's most sophisticated and tolerant society. Under Islamic rule, Cordoba became the largest and most cosmopolitan city in Europe, with a population approaching 500,000 at a time, when Paris had barely 50,000 inhabitants. The Muslims, whom the Christians called Moors, created a system they called convivencia, coexistence, that allowed Christians, Jews and Muslims to live side by side, sharing ideas, technologies and artistic traditions. Jewish communities, which had faced severe persecution under Visigothic rule, experienced a golden age under Islamic protection. Christian scholars translated Arabic texts on philosophy, medicine and mathematics, while Muslim engineers built irrigation systems that turned the arid south of Spain into a garden paradise. For 3 centuries, Islamic Spain would serve as the bridge between the Islamic East and Christian Europe, transmitting the philosophical works of Aristotle, the mathematical innovations of India, and the medical knowledge of the ancient Greeks back to a continent that had largely forgotten its own intellectual heritage. But even as the Muslims consolidated their control over Spain, their ambitions extended far beyond the Iberian Peninsula. The Pyrenees, after all, were just mountains, and mountains could be crossed. By the year 720, Islamic armies had crossed the Pyrenees and were carving through southern France like a sword through silk. The great cities of Narbonne, Carcassonne and Nimes fell in rapid succession. Bordeaux was sacked, its churches burned, its population enslaved or scattered. Muslim raiders struck as far north as Burgundy, paralysing trade and sending waves of refugees fleeing toward the heart of the Frankish kingdom. Europe had never faced a threat quite like this. The Islamic forces weren't raiders seeking quick plunder. They were the advance guard of a civilization that had conquered half the known world. They came with engineers who could conduct sophisticated siege warfare, administrators who could govern conquered territories, and scholars who could debate Christian theologians in Latin and Greek. This wasn't barbarian invasion. This was conquest by a superior military and administrative system. Standing between Islamic expansion and the heart of Christian Europe was a man who would earn one of history's most memorable nicknames, Charles Martel, the Hammer. Charles wasn't even officially King of the Franks. He held the title Mayor of the Palace, essentially serving as the power behind a series of weak Merovingian monarchs. But he understood that the Islamic advance represented an existential threat to Christian Europe, and he began preparing for a confrontation that would determine the continent's religious and cultural future. The climactic moment came in October 732, on a battlefield somewhere between the cities of Tours and Poitiers in central France. The exact location remains uncertain, lost to the mists of history, but the significance of what happened there echoes through the centuries. Abdul Rahman al-Khafiqi, the Muslim governor of Spain, had assembled the largest Islamic army ever to invade Europe, perhaps as many as 40,000 men, including heavy cavalry that had proven invincible from India to Spain. Charles Martel faced them with a smaller force composed primarily of Frankish infantry, men who fought on foot with spears, shields, and an iron determination that would define European military culture for centuries to come. The Muslim sources describe the Franks as standing like a wall of ice against repeated cavalry charges, absorbing the shock of impact and refusing to break. For 6 days, the two armies faced each other across the battlefield, conducting raids and skirmishes while their commanders probed for weaknesses. On the 7th day, Abdul Rahman committed his entire force to a massive assault on the Frankish centre. The Muslim cavalry, which had shattered Persian cataphracts and Byzantine regulars, crashed against the Frankish shield wall like waves against a cliff. What happened next depends on which account you read, but all sources agree on the outcome. Abdul Rahman was killed during the fighting, possibly by Charles Martel himself. With their commander dead, the Islamic army began to waver. As night fell, the Muslims withdrew to their camp, planning to resume the battle at dawn. But when morning came, the Franks discovered that their enemies had vanished during the night, retreating back toward Spain and leaving behind vast quantities of treasure and supplies. The Battle of Tours, or Poitiers, as it's sometimes called, marked the high water mark of Islamic expansion into Europe. Never again would Muslim armies penetrate so far into the Christian heartland. Charles Martel had earned his nickname and his place in history, but perhaps more importantly, he had demonstrated that the Islamic military machine was not invincible. Yet even as Charles Martel celebrated his victory, he understood that he had won a battle, not a war. The Muslims still controlled Spain and were well established in southern France. The threat to Christian Europe hadn't been eliminated. It had merely been contained. The real test would come in the next generation, when Charles's son and grandson would take the offensive and begin the long process of Christian reconquest that would define European history for the next 5 centuries. But that transformation would require more than military victory. It would demand the creation of a new kind of European empire, one that could match the Islamic world in organization, learning, and administrative sophistication. And as fate would have it, that empire was already taking shape in the person of Charles Martel's grandson, a young Frank who would be remembered as Charlemagne, Charles the Great, the man who would dare to call himself the heir of the Roman Caesars. The collision between the Crescent and the Cross had entered a new phase, one that would see Christian Europe finally begin to push back against 8 centuries of seemingly unstoppable Islamic expansion. The question was no longer whether Europe would survive the Islamic challenge, but whether it could transform itself sufficiently to meet that challenge on equal terms. The answer would reshape not just Europe, but the entire medieval world. Chapter 3. Here Be Dragons. Imagine opening a book and discovering that the margins are crawling with creatures that shouldn't exist. A rabbit playing a trumpet while riding a snail, a bishop-headed fish preaching to a congregation of birds, a dragon locked in mortal combat with a knight whose head is that of a dog. Welcome to the medieval mind, where the impossible wasn't just possible, it was essential. These weren't the doodles of bored scribes. These were windows into a worldview so fundamentally different from our own that it challenges everything we think we know about logic, faith, and the very nature of reality itself. In medieval Europe, monsters weren't just entertainment. They were teachers, philosophers, and guides to salvation. They were the dark mirrors that helped people understand what it meant to be human. But how did an entire civilization come to believe that unicorns held the key to purity, that dragons embodied the essence of evil, and that somewhere beyond the edge of the known world, creatures existed that were half human, half everything else? The answer lies in one of history's most remarkable intellectual revolutions, one that transformed ancient pagan myths into Christian moral instruction, and turned the bestiary into medieval Europe's first psychology textbook. To understand how medieval Europeans came to live in a world populated by impossible creatures, we need to travel back to the dusty libraries of ancient Alexandria, where sometime around the 2nd century after Christ, an anonymous scholar compiled a work that would shape European imagination for the next 1,000 years. The physiologus, literally the naturalist, wasn't trying to create mythology. He was attempting to do something far more ambitious, to decode the hidden moral lessons embedded in God's creation. Think about this for a moment. Here was a Christian living in a world still dominated by pagan thought, trying to make sense of the animal kingdom through the lens of his newfound faith. When he looked at a pelican, he didn't just see a bird, he saw a creature that would pierce its own breast to feed its young with its blood, a perfect symbol of Christ's sacrifice. When he observed a phoenix rising from ashes, he didn't see mythology. He saw resurrection made manifest in nature. This wasn't primitive thinking. This was sophisticated theology disguised as natural history. The physiologists took the symbolic thinking that had always existed in human culture and gave it Christian meaning. But here's where it gets truly fascinating. As this text spread across the collapsing Roman Empire, it began to merge with local folklore, creating something entirely new. Imagine a monk in 7th century Ireland copying the physiologus by candlelight. He knows the Christian symbolism, but he also grew up hearing stories of shape-shifting druids and magical stags that led heroes to other worlds. As his quill moves across the parchment, these worlds begin to blend. The Christian griffin gains the fierce independence of Celtic mythology. The biblical dragon acquires the cunning intelligence of Norse serpents. This fusion accelerated as Europe's monasteries became the continent's intellectual centres. These weren't just places of prayer, they were medieval Europe's universities, publishing houses, and art studios all rolled into one. When a monk at the monastery of St. Gallen copied a bestiary, he wasn't just reproducing text, he was participating in an ongoing conversation about the nature of reality that stretched from Ireland to Constantinople. But here's what made this truly revolutionary. Unlike the classical world, where mythological creatures were often capricious or morally neutral, medieval monsters always had a purpose. Every dragon taught a lesson about pride. Every unicorn demonstrated the power of purity. Every griffin revealed something about the dual nature of Christ, human and divine, earthly and celestial. This is why medieval bestiaries read so strangely to modern eyes. They weren't trying to describe animals as they actually existed. They were trying to decode the moral architecture of the universe itself. And that quest was about to produce some of the most beautiful and bizarre creatures ever imagined. Let's enter the medieval bestiary through its most famous resident, the unicorn. In our modern imagination, unicorns are creatures of rainbow manes and glittering magic, but medieval unicorns were something far more complex and dangerous. According to medieval accounts, a unicorn was a fierce, goat-like creature with a single horn that could purify poison and detect lies. It was so wild that no hunter could capture it, except through the presence of a virgin maiden before whom it would lay down its head in perfect submission. This wasn't cute fantasy. This was profound theology encoded in animal form. The unicorn represented Christ himself, wild and untamable by human effort, yet willing to submit to the Virgin Mary. The horn that purified poison symbolized Christ's power to cleanse sin. The creature's fierce independence represented divine nature that couldn't be conquered by earthly power, while its submission to purity represented the incarnation itself. But here's where medieval thinking gets truly sophisticated. The unicorn wasn't just a symbol to contemplate, it was a mirror for human behaviour. Medieval people were taught to ask themselves, am I pure enough for the unicorn to approach? Do I embody the virgin's humility or the hunter's selfish desire? The unicorn wasn't just teaching them about Christ, it was teaching them about themselves. Now consider the dragon, Christianity's most complex monster. Unlike many mythological traditions where dragons could be wise or benevolent, medieval dragons were pure malevolence, but they were malevolence with a purpose. The dragon represented not just evil, but the specific kind of evil that tempts through pride and the accumulation of worldly treasure. Think of the great dragons of medieval literature. They don't just destroy randomly. They hoard gold, they demand tribute, they corrupt through the promise of wealth and power. This wasn't accidental. Medieval theologians understood that the most dangerous sins weren't obvious evils like murder or theft, but subtle corruptions like pride, greed, and the desire for temporal glory. The dragon embodied these sins in physical form, making abstract temptations concrete and defeatable. When a medieval person heard about St. George slaying the dragon, they weren't just hearing an adventure story. They were learning that pride and greed, no matter how powerful they seemed, could be conquered through faith and courage. The griffin presents perhaps the most intellectually sophisticated example of medieval symbolic thinking. Part eagle, part lion, the griffin combined the king of birds with the king of beasts, creating a creature that embodied both heavenly and earthly authority. But medieval theologians went deeper. The griffin's dual nature made it a perfect symbol for Christ's dual nature as both God and man. Its eagle qualities represented divine wisdom and heavenly perspective, while its lion qualities represented earthly kingship and the courage to face death. But griffins weren't just Christological symbols. They were also symbols of the Christian soul's journey toward perfection. Medieval people were taught that they needed to develop both the eagle's spiritual vision and the lion's earthly courage. The griffin wasn't just something to admire, it was something to become. The basilisk reveals how medieval minds processed the psychology of evil. This king of serpents was so venomous that it could kill with a glance, so poisonous that it left a trail of death wherever it travelled. Yet according to medieval accounts, a basilisk could be killed by its own reflection in a mirror or by the crow of a rooster. Here was sophisticated understanding disguised as monster lore. Evil is ultimately self-destructive, and sometimes the humblest things, like a rooster's crow representing the call to spiritual wakefulness, can destroy what seems invincible. These weren't just stories. They were a complete psychology of temptation, redemption, and moral development encoded in creature form. Medieval people lived in a world where monsters were more real than many actual animals because monsters carried the weight of ultimate meaning. The Aberdeen Bestiary sits today in the University of Aberdeen's library, its pages still blazing with colours that seem to glow even after 800 years. Goldleaf catches the light like captured sunlight, while blue lapis lazuli seems to hold the depth of ocean depths. But these aren't just beautiful pictures. They're components in what might be called medieval Europe's first multimedia educational system, one designed to teach moral lessons through visual storytelling. When we flip through the Aberdeen Bestiary's pages, we're not just looking at medieval art, we're seeing how an entire civilization chose to encode its deepest values in animal form. Each creature is presented with the careful precision of a modern textbook, but the lessons being taught are about sin, redemption, and the path to salvation. The bestiary wasn't natural history, it was moral instruction disguised as zoology. Consider how these manuscripts were actually created. In the scriptorium of a medieval monastery, a team of specialists worked together like a modern production company. The primary scribe copied the text in careful scripts, leaving spaces for illustrations. The illuminator painted the creatures with painstaking attention to symbolic detail. The binder assembled the pages into a volume that could last centuries. This wasn't casual craft work, this was industrial-scale production of moral education. But here's what makes medieval bestiaries truly remarkable. They weren't meant to be read silently. They were performance texts designed to be read aloud to audiences who couldn't read. Picture a medieval monastery's refectory during dinner where a brother reads from the bestiary while the community eats. The description of each animal becomes a sermon, each creature a moral lesson that shapes daily behaviour. The marginalia in these manuscripts reveals perhaps the most fascinating aspect of medieval monster culture. While the main text provided official Christian teaching, the margins exploded with creatures that seemed to come from an entirely different universe. Rabbits playing musical instruments, bishops with fish heads, knights battling snails. These marginal monsters weren't teaching orthodox theology. They were processing the psychological tensions of medieval life through absurdist humour. Think about what these marginal creatures represent, a world where animals play human roles, where authority figures become ridiculous, where tiny creatures defeat mighty warriors. This is the medieval unconscious expressing its anxieties about hierarchy, authority, and social order. The margins provided a safe space for psychological rebellion, disguised as playful decoration. But the bestiary's most sophisticated achievement was its creation of what we might call moral taxonomy. Just as modern science classifies animals by their biological relationships, medieval bestiaries classified creatures by their spiritual significance. Predators taught lessons about sin and temptation. Gentle creatures demonstrated virtues like humility and compassion. Hybrid creatures explored the complexities of human nature itself. This taxonomic thinking extended beyond individual creatures to create an entire ecosystem of meaning. The bestiary didn't just present isolated moral lessons, it created a complete symbolic universe where every creature had a relationship to every other creature and where the natural world became a complex moral allegory that helped medieval people navigate the complexities of spiritual life. The bestiary's ultimate purpose was transformation. It wasn't enough for medieval people to know about virtue and vice in abstract terms. They needed to see these concepts embodied in memorable, emotionally engaging forms that would shape their behavior long after the book was closed. The bestiary achieved this by making moral instruction irresistibly entertaining, combining the appeal of storytelling with the authority of religious teaching. If you've ever stood before a Gothic cathedral and wondered why its walls crawl with demons, dragons, and impossible hybrid creatures, you're encountering one of medieval Europe's most sophisticated theological statements. These aren't decorations, they're three-dimensional sermons carved in stone, each monster carefully positioned to teach specific lessons about the nature of good and evil. Consider the gargoyle, that quintessential medieval monster that has become synonymous with Gothic architecture. Modern people often think gargoyles are simply grotesque decorations, but medieval theology was far more purposeful. These creatures served as visual representations of demons fleeing from sacred space. By placing monsters on the exterior of churches, medieval architects were making a bold statement. Evil exists, it's powerful, and it's literally being driven out by the presence of the divine. But gargoyles weren't just symbolic, they were functional. As waterspouts, they served the practical purpose of protecting the cathedral's foundation from rain damage. Here we see medieval thinking at its most characteristic. The practical and the spiritual weren't separate categories. The same creature that represented evil's defeat also solved an engineering problem. Beauty, meaning, and utility were inseparably woven together. The placement of these monsters reveals the sophisticated theological thinking behind Gothic design. Dragons and demons cluster around doorways and windows, the liminal spaces where interior and exterior meet. This wasn't random decoration. Medieval architects understood that temptation is strongest at thresholds, at moments of transition between sacred and secular space. The monsters serve as warnings. You are entering holy ground. Leave your demons behind. Inside the cathedral, monsters take on different roles. Carved into choir stalls and capitals, creatures become more playful, more psychologically complex. Here you might find a fox preaching to geese, a satirical comment on false teachers, or a monkey examining his own urine, a meditation on the folly of excessive self-examination. These interior monsters weren't meant to frighten. They were meant to provoke thought about human nature itself. The most remarkable examples of medieval monstercraft appear in reliquaries, containers designed to hold sacred relics. Imagine a golden dragon, whose belly opens to reveal the finger bone of a saint, or a silver griffin, whose back lifts to display a fragment of the true cross. These containers represent medieval theology at its most paradoxical. using the form of evil to contain the essence of good. This paradox wasn't accidental. Medieval theologians understood that the most powerful way to honor the sacred was to demonstrate its triumph over the profane. A dragon-shaped reliquary didn't just contain a holy relic, it told the story of holiness conquering evil every time someone opened it. The monster became a participant in its own defeat. The unicorn tapestries, woven in the late 15th century, represent the culmination of medieval monster craft. These 7 magnificent tapestries tell the story of a unicorn hunt with a level of artistic sophistication that rivals the greatest achievements of Renaissance art. But they're not just beautiful objects, they're complex theological and philosophical statements woven in silk and gold thread. Follow the narrative sequence. The unicorn is discovered, hunted, captured through the presence of a maiden, killed, and finally resurrected in a garden paradise. This isn't just a hunting story, it's the crucifixion and resurrection told through monster mythology. Every flower in the background carries symbolic meaning. Every gesture of the hunters represents a different aspect of human response to the divine. But here's what makes these tapestries truly remarkable. They were designed as wedding gifts, meant to hang in the bedroom of a noble couple. The unicorn story wasn't just abstract theology, it was meant to shape the most intimate aspects of medieval life. The monster's journey from wildness to willing sacrifice was presented as a model for human love itself. Medieval people understood something we've largely forgotten, that the deepest truths can't be communicated through abstract argument alone. They require stories, images, and symbols that engage both emotion and intellect simultaneously. The monsters carved in stone and woven in tapestry weren't just art objects, they were technologies for transmitting wisdom across generations, ensuring that crucial insights about human nature and divine purpose would survive in forms too beautiful and memorable to forget. These stone and textile monsters reveal the medieval mind at its most sophisticated, capable of weaving together practical utility, aesthetic beauty, theological depth, and psychological insight into unified works of art that still have the power to transform how we see the world around us. Chapter Conclusion and Transition. As we've journeyed through the medieval bestiary, we've discovered that monsters weren't evidence of primitive thinking. They were sophisticated tools for exploring the deepest questions of human existence. The unicorn taught lessons about purity and sacrifice that abstract theology couldn't match. The dragon embodied temptations too subtle for simple moral instruction. The griffin revealed truths about divine and human nature that pure philosophy couldn't capture. But these mythological creatures weren't the only forces reshaping medieval Europe. While monks illuminated manuscripts with impossible beasts, real monsters in human form were about to descend upon European shores with a fury that would make dragons seem tame by comparison. From the cold waters of the North Sea, sleek ships were approaching, filled with warriors who worshipped gods of war and storm, who saw death in battle as the highest honor, and who were about to teach medieval Europe that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are entirely, devastatingly human. The age of the Viking had arrived, and the real monsters were about to step out of manuscripts and into history itself. Chapter 4. The Northman Cometh, Viking Terror and Medieval Chaos. Picture this, it's a quiet morning in June 793 AD. Monks on the holy island of Lindisfarne are beginning their daily prayers, the same rituals their brothers have performed for over a century. The North Sea stretches endlessly before them, calm and seemingly empty. Then, suddenly, dark shapes appear on the horizon. long, sleek vessels cutting through the water with supernatural speed. Within hours, these peaceful servants of God will witness horrors beyond imagination, and the medieval world will never be the same again. What emerged from those northern waters wasn't just another barbarian raid. It was the beginning of an age when dragon-proud ships would strike terror from Ireland to Constantinople, when warrior poets would carve kingdoms from 3 continents, and when the very mention of Northmen would make kings tremble in their halls. The attack on Lindisfarne wasn't random violence. It was a calculated strike that announced the arrival of a new kind of warrior culture. These weren't the lumbering Germanic tribes that had toppled Rome. The Vikings were something entirely different. Maritime nomads who had perfected the art of sudden, devastating warfare. But what made them so terrifyingly effective? The answer lies in their revolutionary approach to naval technology. While the rest of Europe still thought of ships as clumsy cargo vessels, Scandinavian shipbuilders had created something extraordinary: the longship. These weren't just boats. They were weapons of war that could appear anywhere, any time. Imagine a vessel that could sail across open ocean, then slide up rivers barely 3 feet deep. Picture a ship so light that 30 men could carry it overland between waterways, yet so sturdy it could survive Atlantic storms. The Viking longship was essentially a medieval aircraft carrier, fast, flexible and capable of projecting power across vast distances with surgical precision. The psychological impact was just as important as the tactical advantage. European coastal communities had grown complacent after centuries of relative peace. The sight of these dragon-headed vessels emerging from morning mist must have seemed like something from their darkest nightmares made real. And perhaps most terrifying of all were the berserkers, warriors who seemed to fight in a trance-like fury that made them almost superhuman in battle. Were these berserkers actually superhuman? Modern historians suggest something far more fascinating. Recent archaeological evidence points to a sophisticated warrior culture that combined psychological warfare with careful military strategy. The berserker fury may have been as much theatre as genuine battle rage, a calculated terror tactic that often won battles before they began. But this mastery of fear and violence was about to evolve into something even more ambitious than hit-and-run raids. The Vikings were learning that conquest could be more profitable than mere plunder. By the 860 S, something had changed in the Viking approach to warfare. Instead of seasonal raids, entire armies began arriving with a chilling new purpose. Not just to raid, but to stay. The great heathen army that landed in England in 865 represented a quantum leap in Viking ambition. This wasn't a raiding party, it was a conquering force that intended to carve permanent kingdoms from Christian lands. Leading this transformation was a legendary figure whose very name struck terror across Europe, Ivar the Boneless. Whether his nickname referred to a physical condition or his serpentine tactical flexibility, Ivar understood something that would reshape the medieval world. Organized, sustained campaigns could achieve what scattered raids never could. The Viking systematic conquest of England reveals a sophisticated understanding of medieval politics. Rather than simply burning everything in sight, they began exploiting the feudal system's greatest weakness, its fragmentation. English kingdoms had spent decades fighting each other instead of preparing for external threats. The Vikings simply played them off against one another, while methodically conquering territory piece by piece. But one English king refused to bend the knee. Alfred of Wessex became the unlikely hero who saved Christian England from complete Viking domination. What makes Alfred's story so compelling isn't just his military victories. It's how he transformed himself from a scholarly prince into a warrior king who could match Viking cunning with Saxon determination. Alfred's genius lay in recognizing that you couldn't defeat Vikings by fighting like a traditional medieval army. Instead, he created England's first professional navy, established a network of fortified towns called boers, and developed mobile response forces that could match Viking speed and flexibility. Most importantly, he understood that this was as much a war of ideas as of armies, a struggle between Christian civilization and pagan conquest. The establishment of the Danelaw, that vast portion of England where Viking law and customs held sway, represented something unprecedented in medieval Europe. For the first time since the fall of Rome, a non-Christian power had carved out permanent territories in the heart of Christendom. But this political revolution was occurring simultaneously with an even more dramatic transformation taking place across the English Channel. The most remarkable transformation in Viking history happened not through conquest, but through negotiation. In 911, a Viking leader named Rollo made a deal with the French king that would change the course of European history. In exchange for protecting Paris from other Viking raids, Rollo would receive the territory we now know as Normandy, literally land of the Northmen. What happened next defies everything we think we know about medieval integration. Within 2 generations, these pagan sea raiders had become French-speaking Christian dukes who would produce some of medieval Europe's most sophisticated rulers. The Vikings didn't just adapt to Frankish culture, they perfected it, creating a hybrid civilization that combined Norse tactical brilliance with Frankish administrative efficiency. But even more astonishing was what Vikings achieved in the vast river systems of Eastern Europe. Swedish adventurers, calling themselves Rus, which gives us the name Russia, established a trading network that stretched from the Baltic to Constantinople. These weren't just traders. They were the founding fathers of what would become the Russian state. Picture Swedish Vikings portaging their longships between river systems, establishing fortified trading posts that would grow into cities like Kiev and Novgorod. They created a commercial empire that connected Scandinavian amber with Byzantine silk, northern furs with Arabian silver. The Rus Vikings essentially invented medieval globalization, proving that the Dark Ages were anything but economically primitive. Perhaps most incredibly, some Vikings pushed even further into the unknown. While the rest of Europe still believed the world ended at the Western Ocean, Norse explorers were establishing settlements in Iceland, Greenland, and eventually reaching the shores of North America 5 centuries before Columbus. The Vinland sagas describe a world where Vikings encountered Native Americans, established temporary colonies and opened possibilities that wouldn't be fully realized until the age of exploration. Yet just as Viking expansion seemed unstoppable, Europe was facing an entirely different threat from the East, one that would test medieval military innovation to its absolute limits. While Vikings terrorized Europe's coasts and rivers, a different kind of nightmare was emerging from the Hungarian plains. The Magyars weren't seafaring raiders, they were nomadic horse archers whose military tactics hadn't been seen in Europe since the time of Attila the Hun. Their arrival represented something that medieval armies were completely unprepared to face. Mobile warfare on a scale that could devastate entire kingdoms. The Magyar military system was based on principles that European heavy cavalry couldn't comprehend. Instead of charging into battle with lance and sword, Magyar warriors used their horses as mobile platforms for devastating archery attacks. They could appear suddenly, rain arrows on enemy formations, then disappear before retaliation was possible. It was medieval guerrilla warfare perfected to a deadly art. For nearly 60 years, Magyar raids paralysed Central Europe. They struck as far west as France, as far south as Italy, leaving a trail of destruction that seemed impossible to stop. European chroniclers described them in terms usually reserved for natural disasters, unstoppable forces that appeared from nowhere and vanished like smoke. But the Magyar threat also catalysed one of medieval Europe's most important military innovations. Otto I of Germany realised that traditional feudal levies were useless against nomadic cavalry. Instead, he developed new tactical formations and trained professional heavy cavalry units that could match Magyar mobility with European striking power. The Battle of Lechfeld in 955 became the Thermopylae of medieval Europe, the moment when Christian civilization proved it could adapt and overcome seemingly impossible odds. Otto's victory wasn't just a military triumph, it was a demonstration that medieval Europe could learn, innovate and transform itself when faced with existential threats. The aftermath of Lechfeld reveals something fascinating about medieval political transformation. Rather than being driven back to the steppes, the Magyars chose a path similar to the Normans, integration rather than eternal conflict. Within a generation, they had converted to Christianity, established the Kingdom of Hungary, and become one of medieval Europe's most important Christian states. This pattern of violent invasion followed by cultural transformation suggests something profound about medieval Europe's capacity for absorbing and domesticating external threats. The continent that emerged from these crucibles of conflict wasn't the same civilization that had watched Rome fall. It was something new, more flexible, more innovative, and paradoxically more unified through its experience of surviving seemingly insurmountable challenges. But as external enemies were being tamed or defeated, medieval Europe was about to face its greatest internal crisis yet, the complete breakdown of central authority that would turn every castle into a potential kingdom and every knight into a law unto himself. The age of true medieval chaos was about to begin, and with it, the birth of a social system that would define European civilization for centuries to come. Chapter 5. The Feudal Explosion. Picture this. You're a medieval peasant, and you wake up one morning to discover that your neighbour has built a wooden tower overnight and declared himself lord of everything he can see from the top. Sound absurd? Welcome to 10th century Europe, where the collapse of central authority created the most chaotic political experiment in human history. This wasn't just the birth of feudalism, this was the feudal explosion, a time when every ambitious man with a horse and a sword could carve out his own kingdom, no matter how small. What happened when an entire continent abandoned the idea of unified government? When private war became not just legal, but expected. When the line between protection and extortion disappeared entirely, the answers reveal a world so violent, so fragmented, and yet so innovative that it would reshape European civilization forever. The transformation began with something deceptively simple, a pile of dirt. Around the year 900, across the landscapes of France, England and the German lands, ambitious lords began throwing up artificial hills topped with wooden towers. These weren't the stone fortresses of fairy tales. They were crude, functional structures that could be built in weeks rather than years. But they represented something revolutionary, the privatization of power itself. The Motte and Bailey Castle, that's what historians call this dirt hill and wooden tower combination, was perhaps the most democratic military innovation in medieval history. Unlike the massive stone fortifications of earlier eras, which required the resources of an empire to build, a motte and bailey could be constructed by any minor lord with a few dozen workers and access to timber. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of a start-up disrupting an established industry. Suddenly, the monopoly on fortification that had belonged to kings and emperors was broken. But here's what made this revolution truly explosive. These weren't just defensive structures. A castle wasn't built to hide behind, it was built to project power outward. From his artificial hill, a lord could control the surrounding countryside with a handful of mounted warriors. Every road that passed within sight became his toll booth. Every village below became his tax base. Every neighbouring lord became either his ally or his enemy, because neutrality was a luxury that geography no longer permitted. The speed of this transformation was breathtaking. Archaeological evidence shows that hundreds of these fortifications appeared across Europe within a single generation. It was as if the continent had suddenly sprouted a crop of wooden mushrooms, each one representing a new centre of independent power. The old Roman model of centralised authority, where power flowed downward from a distant emperor, was being replaced by something entirely new, a web of local strongmen, each supreme within his own small domain. Yet this castle revolution created a paradox that would define medieval politics for centuries. While each lord proclaimed his independence, the very act of fortification made him dependent on others. A castle needed supplies, soldiers, and legitimacy, all of which required networks of alliance and obligation that stretched far beyond any single hilltop. The feudal explosion wasn't really about independence at all. It was about creating new forms of interdependence, bound together not by imperial decree, but by personal loyalty and mutual need. But if every man could build a castle and call himself a lord, who would decide which lords deserved to rule over other lords? The answer lay not in law or tradition, but in something far more primitive and dangerous: the willingness to fight for what you claimed to own. The knight, that armoured figure on horseback who dominates our romantic vision of the Middle Ages, began his career as something much less noble: a professional thug. The feudal explosion created a demand for a new kind of warrior, one who could project power quickly across the scattered landscape of castle-dominated Europe. The solution was heavy cavalry, but not just any cavalry. These were warriors whose entire existence was organized around a single devastating military innovation: the stirrup. Now, you might wonder how something as simple as a metal loop for your foot could reshape civilization. But consider this. Before the stirrup, a mounted warrior was essentially a mobile archer, useful for harassment and pursuit, but vulnerable in close combat. The stirrup changed everything by creating a stable platform that allowed horse and rider to function as a single, terrifying weapon. A charging knight wasn't just a man on a horse. He was a guided missile, capable of delivering a lance strike with the combined momentum of both man and beast. This technological advantage came with enormous costs. A proper warhorse, a destrier bred specifically for combat, cost more than a village church. The armour, weapons and training required to become an effective heavy cavalryman represented an investment that only the wealthy could afford. But here's the crucial point. Once that investment was made, a knight became virtually unstoppable on the medieval battlefield. Infantry formations that had dominated warfare since Roman times simply couldn't stand against a charge of heavy cavalry. The social implications were staggering. Military effectiveness had become directly tied to economic class in a way that had never existed before. A knight wasn't just a soldier, He was a member of a warrior aristocracy whose very identity was built around the exclusive mastery of mounted combat. This created what historians call the chivalric ideal, a code of behaviour that attempted to transform professional killers into paragons of Christian virtue. But the gap between chivalric ideals and medieval reality was often vast enough to hide entire armies. The same knight who wrote poetry about protecting the innocent might spend his Tuesday burning peasant villages to pressure a rival lord. Tournament culture, those elaborate mock battles that became medieval Europe's favourite spectator sport, existed partly because knights needed some outlet for their violent skills during the rare moments when they weren't actually at war with someone. The tournament reveals something crucial about knightly culture. These weren't just military exercises, they were business opportunities. A successful knight could capture opponents, ransom their equipment and win prize money that might fund an entire year's campaigning. The line between sport and commerce, between honour and profit, was as blurred in medieval tournaments as it was in medieval warfare itself. Yet, for all their violence and opportunism, knights became the agents of a crucial transformation. Their mobility allowed them to enforce agreements across vast distances, creating the personal bonds of loyalty that held feudal society together. A knight's oath to his lord wasn't just a ceremony, it was a business contract backed by the threat of armed force. When every man with political ambition needed warriors, and every warrior needed someone to feed his expensive horses, the result was a web of mutual obligation that created stability out of apparent chaos. But who was going to feed those horses, maintain those castles, and pay for all this expensive military hardware? The answer lay with the vast majority of medieval Europeans who never wore armour, never rode war horses, and never had any choice about whether to participate in the feudal system. While knights charged across battlefields and lords fought from castle towers, 90% of medieval Europeans lived in a world that operated by entirely different rules: the manor. If the castle was the political centre of feudal society, the manor was its economic engine, a self-contained agricultural community that somehow managed to feed, clothe and house everyone from the lord in his hall to the serf in his hovel. The manor wasn't just a farm, it was a complete economic ecosystem. At its heart lay the fundamental bargain that made feudal society possible: protection in exchange for labour. The lord provided military security and judicial authority. The peasants provided the agricultural surplus that fed the warriors and funded the castles. It sounds simple, but the reality was a complex web of rights, obligations, and seasonal rhythms that governed every aspect of rural life. Here's what made the manorial system revolutionary. It solved the crisis of agricultural productivity that had plagued Europe since the fall of Rome. The secret weapon was the heavy plough, a technological marvel that could turn the dense, fertile soils of northern Europe that Mediterranean farming techniques had barely scratched. Pulled by teams of oxen that individual peasants could never afford to own, the heavy plough required cooperative labour that the manor provided. The result was an agricultural revolution that would feed medieval Europe's population explosion. But this productivity came at a cost that we can barely imagine today: the loss of personal freedom for the majority of the population. Serfdom represented a fundamental compromise between slavery and freedom. A serf wasn't property in the way that a Roman slave had been. He couldn't be bought and sold separately from the land. But he wasn't free either. He was bound to the manor, required to work the lord's fields before his own, forbidden to leave without permission, and subject to a bewildering array of obligations that governed everything from where he could grind his grain to whom his daughter could marry. The three-field system that emerged during this period reveals the sophisticated planning that made manorial agriculture work. Instead of leaving half their land fallow each year, as Mediterranean farmers did, northern European manors divided their fields into thirds, one planted with winter crops like wheat, one with spring crops like oats, and one left fallow to recover. This system increased productivity by 50% while providing the diverse crops needed to feed both humans and the animals that powered medieval agriculture. Yet the manor was more than an agricultural unit. It was a complete society in miniature. The manorial court settled disputes, enforced agreements, and maintained the customs that governed daily life. The village church provided not just spiritual guidance but also the calendar that organized agricultural work around religious festivals. The mill, the blacksmith's forge, and the Lord's own hall created a network of economic relationships that connected every resident to every other. What's remarkable about this system is how it balanced individual incentive with collective security. A serf might be bound to the land, but he also had hereditary rights to that land that no lord could arbitrarily revoke. His strips in the common fields were his family's insurance against starvation. His obligations to the lord were burdensome, but they were also limited by custom and supervised by the community. The manor provided a kind of social safety net that would disappear from much of Europe when feudalism finally collapsed. The daily rhythms of manorial life reveal a world that operated by seasonal imperatives that urban people today can barely comprehend. Ploughing and sowing in spring, haymaking and sheep shearing in summer, harvest and brewing in autumn, maintenance and handicrafts in winter. Each season brought its own urgent tasks that could mean the difference between prosperity and starvation. The agricultural calendar wasn't just a schedule, it was a survival manual written in the language of weather, soil, and growing seasons. But even in this apparently traditional world, innovation was constant. Medieval peasants were experimenting with new crops, improving their tools, and developing techniques that would eventually transform European agriculture. The watermills that ground grain and powered machinery, the windmills that harnessed the energy of moving air, the selective breeding that produced better horses and more productive cattle, all of these innovations emerged from the practical needs of manorial life. Still, for all its achievements, the manorial system raises a question that goes to the heart of medieval civilization. How did women fit into a world organized around military service and agricultural labor? The answer reveals one of the most surprising aspects of medieval society. If you think medieval women were powerless victims locked away in towers, waiting to be rescued, you haven't met Eleanor of Aquitaine. In 1137, at age 15, she inherited a duchy larger than the Kingdom of France. By the time she died in 1204, she had been Queen of both France and England, had led armies on crusade, had orchestrated rebellions against kings, and had ruled more territory than any man of her generation. Eleanor wasn't an exception to medieval gender rules, she was an extreme example of how those rules actually worked. The feudal explosion created opportunities for women that hadn't existed since the Roman Empire. When political power was tied to land ownership rather than military service, when inheritance law determined who ruled, and when marriage alliances could make or break kingdoms, women became crucial players in the game of medieval politics. They weren't just pawns to be married off, they were queens, regents, and power brokers whose decisions shaped the fate of nations. Consider the institution of regency, which became one of the most important sources of female political power in medieval Europe. When a king died leaving an underage heir, someone had to rule in the child's name until he came of age. Canon law and feudal custom both recognized the Queen Mother's right to serve as regent, and medieval queens seized this opportunity with remarkable skill. Blanche of Castile ruled France for nearly 2 decades as regent for her son Louis IX, leading armies against rebellious nobles and negotiating treaties that secured French power for generations. But regency was just one path to power. The complex web of feudal inheritance created situations where women could rule in their own right. When a lord died without male heirs, his lands and titles could pass to his daughters. These heiresses became some of the most sought-after marriage partners in Europe, but they also became independent political actors with their own agendas and ambitions. Matilda of Tuscany, known as the Great Countess, inherited vast territories in northern Italy and used her power to support the Pope against the Holy Roman Emperor, changing the course of medieval politics. The marriage market itself reveals how female power operated in feudal society. A medieval marriage wasn't just a personal relationship. It was a political and economic alliance that could unite kingdoms or create new ones. Women from powerful families were expected to understand politics, manage estates, and serve as their husbands' partners in the complex business of medieval rulership. When Henry II of England married Eleanor of Aquitaine, he wasn't just gaining a wife. He was acquiring control of southwestern France and creating the Angevin Empire that would dominate Western Europe for 2 centuries. Medieval women also found power through the church, which offered career paths that secular society didn't provide. Abbesses ruled over vast monastic communities, controlled enormous estates, and exercised authority that secular women could rarely match. Some, like Hildegard of Bingen, became influential theologians, composers, and political advisors whose opinions shaped imperial policy. The convent wasn't a prison. It was often the only institution that allowed women to pursue learning, exercise authority, and escape the demands of marriage and childbearing. Even within the constraints of marriage and motherhood, medieval women exercised forms of power that modern people often overlook. The management of a medieval household required skills that we would recognize today as executive leadership. Budgeting resources, supervising staff, negotiating contracts, and maintaining the networks of alliance and obligation that kept feudal society functioning. When lords departed for war or pilgrimage, which happened frequently, their wives took charge of everything from military defense to agricultural management. The rise of courtly love literature during this period reveals changing attitudes toward women and marriage that would have long-term consequences for European culture. The troubadour poets of southern France invented the idea of romantic love as a noble emotion that could inspire great deeds and moral improvement. While this literary movement often idealized women in ways that were ultimately constraining, it also established the principle that women deserved respect, admiration, and consideration as individuals rather than merely as property. But perhaps the most important aspect of women's power in feudal society was its dynastic dimension. Medieval politics was fundamentally about family, about creating alliances between bloodlines that would last for generations. Women were the agents of these alliances, but they were also their architects and guardians. A queen who produced male heirs secured her dynasty's future. A mother who arranged advantageous marriages for her children could elevate her family's status for centuries. A widow who managed her late husband's estate successfully could pass on wealth and power that would outlast kingdoms. The legal framework that governed women's lives reveals the complexity of their position in feudal society. While women faced restrictions that seem oppressive by modern standards, They also enjoyed protections and privileges that were quite advanced for their time. Dower rights guaranteed that widows would be provided for from their late husbands' estates. Inheritance laws in many regions allowed daughters to inherit land and titles. Marriage contracts specified the terms under which women could retain control of their property after marriage. Yet for all these opportunities and protections, the reality of women's lives in feudal society was shaped by the constant threat of violence that defined the medieval world. The castle revolution and the rise of private warfare created a situation where even the most powerful women lived at the mercy of armed men who might change the political landscape overnight. The same system that allowed Eleanor of Aquitaine to rule a vast empire also allowed Richard the Lionheart to rebel against his own parents and Henry the young king to wage war against his father. This brings us to a fundamental paradox of the feudal explosion. A system that was designed to provide security through the multiplication of armed strongholds actually created more insecurity than Europe had known for centuries. As we'll see, the success of feudalism contained the seeds of its own transformation, as the very forces that made it effective began to demand new forms of organization and authority that would eventually transcend the castle and manor world that had dominated medieval Europe for 2 centuries. The feudal explosion had succeeded beyond anyone's wildest imagination. By the year 1100, Europe was covered with castles, organized into manors, defended by knights, and ruled by a complex web of personal loyalties that stretched from peasant to king. The system worked. It provided security, increased agricultural productivity, and created the social stability that would enable medieval Europe's greatest achievements. But success brought new challenges. A continent of castles needed more than just warriors and farmers. It needed scholars to preserve knowledge, craftsmen to create beautiful objects, and visionaries to imagine possibilities beyond the endless cycle of planting and fighting. The very prosperity that feudalism created would generate demands that feudalism alone could not meet. Deep in monastery scriptoriums, surrounded by candlelight and ancient manuscripts, a different kind of revolution was already underway. While knights fought for territory and peasants worked the land, monks were quietly saving the intellectual treasures of human civilization, and in the process they were creating something entirely new. The question was, could the keepers of knowledge find a way to share their treasures with a world that seemed obsessed with the more immediate concerns of survival and power? Chapter 6. The Keepers of Knowledge. How Monks Saved Civilization. Picture this. It's the year 550, and across Europe, the last Roman schools are closing their doors forever. Libraries that once housed the wisdom of Plato and Aristotle are crumbling into dust. The very knowledge that built Western civilization is vanishing like smoke in the wind. Yet in the most unlikely places, remote monasteries perched on windswept hills and hidden in dense forests, a quiet revolution is beginning. Men who have taken vows of poverty and silence are about to become the unlikely saviours of human knowledge itself. In the chaos that followed Rome's collapse, when kings could barely read their own names, and nobles measured wealth in swords rather than books, an Italian monk named Benedict was crafting something revolutionary, a rule book. But this wasn't just any manual. Benedict's rule would create what we might recognize today as Europe's first successful corporations, complete with structured hierarchies, daily schedules, and profit-sharing models. Think about what Benedict accomplished. He took the most radical individuals of his time Men so desperate to escape worldly corruption that they fled to caves and mountaintops and transformed them into the medieval world's most productive communities. Under his system, monasteries became self-sufficient economic engines. Monks didn't just pray, they farmed, they built, they manufactured goods, and most crucially, they read and wrote with an intensity that would put modern graduate students to shame. The genius of Benedict's approach lay in what he called the balance of prayer, work, and study. While the outside world was forgetting how to maintain even basic literacy, Benedict's followers were spending 4 to 6 hours every single day reading. Imagine that, in an age when most people never encountered a written word beyond their local church's Bible, these monks were consuming literature like Renaissance scholars, classical philosophy like university professors, and technical manuals like medieval engineers. But here's where the story gets truly fascinating. These monasteries weren't just reading books. They were manufacturing them on an industrial scale that wouldn't be matched until the printing revolution of the 15th century. Walk into the scriptorium of a major medieval monastery, and you'd witness something that would astonish any modern publisher. Dozens of monks bent over writing desks, their quills scratching steadily across parchment in the flickering candlelight. But this image, romantic as it might seem, represents one of history's most crucial rescue operations. Consider what these scribes were actually doing. Every classical text that survived the collapse of Roman civilization, every dialogue of Plato, every poem of Virgil, every mathematical treatise of Euclid, survived because a medieval monk decided it was worth the months of painstaking labour required to copy it by hand. We're talking about texts that took 6 months to a year to reproduce, word by precious word, with illuminated letters that were individual works of art. The Irish monasteries deserve special recognition in this story. While continental Europe was still reeling from barbarian invasions, Irish monks had created what scholars now call the most sophisticated educational system in Western Europe. They weren't just preserving Latin texts, they were learning Greek when even Byzantine scholars were starting to forget it. Irish monasteries became the unexpected guardians of ancient philosophy, and when continental Europe finally stabilized, it was Irish monks who brought classical learning back across the Channel. But the real breakthrough came with Charlemagne's educational revolution in the late 8th century. This Frankish king, who could barely write his own name, understood something profound. Knowledge was power in the most literal sense. He gathered the finest scholars from across Europe, Irish monks, Spanish refugees, Italian classicists, and created what we now call the Carolingian Renaissance. The centerpiece of this revival was the development of a new script called Carolingian minuscule. This might sound like a minor technical detail, but it was actually revolutionary. Earlier medieval writing was cramped, abbreviated, and nearly illegible. Carolingian minuscule was clear, elegant, and standardized across all of Charlemagne's territories. For the first time in centuries, a book copied in France could be easily read in Germany or Italy. We still use letter forms derived from this medieval innovation in our modern typography. Yet even as these monastic scriptoriums were preserving the wisdom of the past, they were simultaneously creating something entirely new, a culture of systematic innovation that would transform European civilization. Here's something that might surprise you. Some of the most important technological advances of the medieval period didn't come from kings' courts or merchants' workshops, they came from monasteries. These communities of men who had supposedly renounced the world became its most innovative problem solvers. Take agriculture, for instance. Monastic communities were often established on marginal lands, swamps, forests, hillsides that nobody else wanted. But monks had something that other medieval communities lacked: long-term planning horizons and collective memory. A secular lord might think in terms of the next harvest or the next war, but monasteries planned for decades or even centuries. They developed systematic approaches to land clearance, crop rotation, and animal breeding that revolutionized medieval farming. The Cistercian monasteries became particularly famous for their technological innovations. They perfected water-powered machinery decades before it became common in secular society. Cistercian monasteries had water-powered mills, not just for grinding grain, but for fulling cloth, crushing ore, and powering trip hammers for metalworking. These communities were essentially medieval research and development centres, constantly experimenting with new techniques and sharing innovations across their international network. But perhaps the most profound innovation was in architecture itself. Early medieval churches were heavy, dark structures built in the Romanesque style: thick walls, small windows, massive buttresses to support the stone roofs. But monastic architects began pushing the boundaries of what was structurally possible. They experimented with pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses that would eventually culminate in the Gothic revolution of the 12th century. The monastery infirmaries deserve special mention here. These weren't just places where sick monks went to die. They were sophisticated medical centres that preserved and advanced classical medical knowledge. Monastic physicians studied ancient texts by Galen and Hippocrates, but they also conducted their own observations and experiments. Some of the most important medieval medical treatises were written by monks who combined classical theory with practical experience treating patients. But here's what makes this even more remarkable. While monks were revolutionizing technology and medicine, they were simultaneously creating the institutional foundations for something that wouldn't fully emerge for another 2 centuries: the university system. Imagine trying to explain to a medieval peasant that some of the most important institutions of their world, universities where young men gathered to debate abstract questions for years on end, had their origins in monastery schools where monks taught each other to read Latin psalms. Yet that's exactly what happened, and the transformation was as dramatic as it was unexpected. The process began with cathedral schools in the 11th century. Bishops, many of whom were themselves former monks, began establishing schools to train competent clergy. But these schools quickly attracted students who weren't planning religious careers. Young men came to study law, rhetoric, and natural philosophy, what we would call science today. The demand for advanced education was growing faster than the supply of qualified teachers. The breakthrough came with the development of what medievals called the scholastic method. This was a revolutionary approach to learning that combined rigorous logical analysis with respectful engagement with ancient authorities. Scholastic thinkers like Anselm of Canterbury and Peter Abelard created a new form of intellectual discourse, one that encouraged questioning and debate while maintaining respect for established truth. Consider how radical this was. In a world where most people accepted authority without question, scholastic masters were teaching students to analyze arguments, identify logical fallacies, and construct sophisticated rebuttals. They were creating a culture of intellectual competition that celebrated rigorous thinking as much as any knight celebrated martial prowess. The University of Bologna, founded in 1088, became the model for this new kind of institution. It wasn't controlled by kings or bishops, but by the students and masters themselves. Students from across Europe gathered there to study Roman law, creating an international community of scholars who shared common methods and standards. Other universities quickly followed: Paris for theology, Oxford for natural philosophy, Montpellier for medicine. But the most profound impact of this scholastic revolution was philosophical. Medieval thinkers were grappling with fundamental questions about the nature of reality, knowledge, and human existence. Their debates about universals, whether abstract concepts like redness or beauty exist independently of individual red or beautiful things, laid the groundwork for centuries of philosophical development. These weren't abstract academic exercises, they were attempts to understand the basic structure of reality itself. The translation movement of the 12th century brought this intellectual ferment to a boiling point. Arabic texts containing the complete works of Aristotle, along with commentaries by Islamic philosophers like Averroes and Avicenna, began flooding into Western Europe through Spain and Sicily. Medieval scholars suddenly had access to a sophisticated philosophical system that challenged many of their basic assumptions about God, nature, and human knowledge. This created what we might recognize as the first great intellectual crisis of the medieval university system. How could Christian thinkers reconcile Aristotelian philosophy, with its emphasis on natural causation and rational investigation, with Christian doctrine about divine providence and revealed truth? The greatest minds of the 13th century, Thomas Aquinas, Duns Scotus, William of Ockham, devoted their careers to working out these tensions, creating in the process some of the most sophisticated philosophical systems in human history. Yet even as these intellectual achievements were transforming medieval culture, new challenges were already emerging that would test everything the monastic world had built. The very success of medieval education was creating a class of educated laypeople who would soon demand their own share of political and cultural authority, setting the stage for conflicts that would reshape European civilization once again. The monks who had saved classical learning from oblivion had accomplished something even greater. They had created the intellectual tools and institutional frameworks that would enable European civilization to surpass its classical predecessors and launch the modern world. Chapter 7. Climate of Catastrophe: How Weather Shaped Medieval History. Imagine waking up one morning to find the sun has simply vanished. Not an eclipse, not a storm cloud, but a sky the colour of dried blood that refuses to brighten day after day, month after month. Crops wither in fields that should be green with summer growth. Cattle die standing in pastures. Entire civilizations begin to crumble, not from war or plague alone, but from something far more terrifying. The sky itself has turned against humanity. This isn't science fiction. This was the reality for millions of people in the year 536 of the Common Era, when what may have been the worst climate disaster in recorded human history struck our planet. And it was just the beginning of a centuries-long dance between climate and civilization that would reshape the medieval world in ways we're only now beginning to understand. The Byzantine historian Procopius wrote something that should chill us to the bone. The sun gave forth its light without brightness, like the moon during this whole year. Think about that for a moment. A man living in Constantinople, the greatest city of his age, was describing a sun that had essentially stopped working. Modern science has given us the answer to this medieval mystery, and it's more dramatic than any chronicle could capture. Somewhere on Earth, possibly in Indonesia, maybe in the Americas, a supervolcanic eruption had hurled so much ash and sulfur into the atmosphere that it created a nuclear winter effect without the nuclear weapons. The volcanic debris formed a veil around our entire planet, blocking sunlight and dropping global temperatures by as much as 4 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, 4 degrees might not sound like much when you're adjusting your thermostat. but for an agricultural civilization entirely dependent on predictable growing seasons, it was catastrophic. Imagine being a farmer in what we now call Germany, watching your grain crops fail year after year, as summer temperatures barely reached what you'd expect in early spring. Imagine being a peasant in China, where the historical records tell us that yellow dust fell like snow in the middle of summer, and the harvest failed so completely that people were reduced to eating bark and grass. But here's where the story becomes truly medieval in its complexity. This climate disaster didn't just cause famine. It created the perfect conditions for something even worse. Weakened populations, disrupted trade routes, and massive population movements created a superhighway for disease. The same cooling and atmospheric disruption that killed crops also created ideal breeding conditions for the fleas that carry bubonic plague. The Justinianic plague, which began around 541 CE, wasn't just a coincidence following the volcanic winter. It was a direct consequence. Millions of people, already weakened by years of poor nutrition and climate stress, found themselves facing a pandemic that would kill an estimated 40 million people across the Byzantine Empire alone. Entire cities were abandoned. Trade networks that had connected Europe, Asia and Africa for centuries simply collapsed. What makes this story even more remarkable is how differently various civilizations responded to the same global crisis. While the Byzantine Empire reeled and the Western Roman territories fragmented further, some societies proved surprisingly resilient. The Maya in Central America managed to maintain their complex urban civilization, though even they couldn't entirely escape the climate's wrath. In Northern Europe, Germanic tribes actually used the chaos to their advantage, moving into territories abandoned by plague victims and failed harvests. But the most profound change wasn't just political or demographic, it was psychological. The year 536 and its aftermath marked the moment when the ancient world's confidence in natural order finally shattered. People had lived through barbarian invasions, political upheavals, even previous plagues, but they had never experienced the sky itself becoming their enemy. This is when we begin to see the emergence of truly medieval thinking, a worldview where natural disasters weren't just unfortunate events, but signs of cosmic battle between good and evil, where the physical world was fundamentally unreliable and only spiritual salvation could provide security. Yet even as this volcanic catastrophe pushed human civilization to its breaking point, it was also setting the stage for something remarkable. The climate crisis that nearly destroyed the ancient world would eventually give birth to entirely new forms of social organization, new technologies, and new ways of thinking that would carry humanity through the medieval period and beyond. If the 6th century taught medieval people that climate could be their worst enemy, the centuries that followed would prove it could also be their greatest ally. Beginning around 800 CE, something almost miraculous began to happen. Europe started getting warmer. This wasn't the gradual warming we might expect from natural climate cycles. This was dramatic, sustained, and transformative. Temperatures rose to levels that wouldn't be seen again until the 20th century. Vineyards flourished in England, reaching as far north as Yorkshire. Grain grew successfully in Norway and Iceland. The tree line in the Alps moved upward by several hundred feet, opening vast new areas for agriculture and settlement. But here's what makes this medieval warm period so fascinating. It wasn't just about better weather. It was about what human beings did with that better weather. The warming climate coincided almost perfectly with the most dynamic period of medieval expansion and innovation, and that's no coincidence. Think about the implications of reliable, abundant harvests year after year, decade after decade. For the first time since the Roman Empire's golden age, medieval people could count on having enough food not just to survive, but to thrive. Population began to explode. Villages that had been tiny collections of hovels grew into towns, towns expanded into cities, and for the first time in centuries large numbers of people could be freed from the absolute necessity of growing their own food. This agricultural revolution created the labour force that built the Gothic cathedrals, staffed the new universities, and manned the ships that would eventually reach the Americas. When we marvel at the sudden flowering of medieval culture in the High Middle Ages, the architectural miracles, the philosophical renaissance, the explosion of art and literature, we're looking at the direct result of climate change, creating the conditions for human creativity to flourish. The warm period also enabled something that would prove historically decisive: massive population movements and territorial expansion. The Vikings' extraordinary age of exploration, from their settlement of Iceland to their temporary colonies in Greenland and North America, was made possible by unusually ice-free seas and favourable wind patterns. When Eric the Red named his discovery Greenland, he wasn't just engaging in medieval marketing. The southern coasts really were green with grassland that could support cattle and sheep. Meanwhile, across Europe, this was the period of the great forest clearances, when enormous areas of wilderness were transformed into farmland. Entire regions that had been virtually uninhabited since the Roman collapse, like much of eastern Germany and central France, suddenly bloomed with new settlements. Monasteries sent out teams of monks to establish daughter houses in previously impossible locations. Noble families carved new estates out of forest land that would have been too marginal to farm during colder periods. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the medieval warm period was how it changed medieval people's relationship with their environment. After centuries of viewing nature as fundamentally hostile and unpredictable, they began to develop a more confident, expansionist mindset. This was when we see the emergence of ambitious engineering projects. Not just the famous cathedrals, but massive drainage projects that turned swampland into fertile fields. Bridge-building programs that connected previously isolated regions, and the first tentative steps toward what we might recognize as landscape architecture. The warming climate also revolutionized trade and communication. Rivers that had been unreliable or dangerous to navigate became superhighways for commerce. Mountain passes that were accessible only during brief summer windows now remained open for much longer periods. The entire pace of economic life accelerated as travel became faster, safer, and more predictable. Yet even as medieval Europeans were learning to harness their improved climate, they were also developing the technologies and social institutions that would prove crucial when good times eventually ended. The agricultural innovations of the warm period, improved ploughs, new crop rotation systems, better food storage techniques, would provide resilience against future climate challenges. This golden age of medieval climate was teaching European civilization a crucial lesson about the relationship between environment and human achievement. Favourable conditions didn't automatically create prosperity, but they did create opportunities that could be seized by societies organised and energetic enough to take advantage of them. Medieval people lived with a reality that's almost impossible for us to imagine. The constant possibility that the next harvest might fail completely, plunging entire regions into famine. After experiencing the catastrophic climate disasters of the 6th century and the subsequent cycles of abundance and scarcity, medieval communities developed some of the most sophisticated disaster management systems in human history. The first and most crucial strategy was storage. Medieval communities became masters of food preservation and storage in ways that put many modern societies to shame. Every successful medieval settlement had multiple layers of insurance against catastrophe. Individual families maintained their own stores of grain, preserved meat and dried vegetables. Villages collectively maintained common granaries. Monasteries and noble estates built enormous storage facilities that could hold supplies for years, not months. But medieval storage wasn't just about quantity. It was about diversity and redundancy. A well-prepared medieval community would store grain in multiple locations, using different preservation techniques and always maintaining seed grain separately from food grain. They developed sophisticated rotation systems for stored food, ensuring that older supplies were used first while maintaining freshness in their reserves. Archaeological evidence shows us storage pits, underground chambers, and elevated granaries designed to protect food from moisture, pests, and theft. The social organization around food storage was equally sophisticated. Medieval communities developed complex systems of reciprocal obligation that ensured survival resources were shared in times of crisis. Wealthy landowners weren't just expected to maintain their own reserves, they had legal and moral obligations to provide emergency food to their dependents. Monasteries served as regional emergency centres, with some maintaining enough stored food to support entire districts during crop failures. Medieval people also became incredibly skilled at recognising and responding to early warning signs of climate crisis. They developed detailed folklore around weather prediction that was often remarkably accurate. They learned to read cloud patterns, wind directions, animal behaviour and plant responses in ways that allowed them to anticipate bad seasons months in advance. When they suspected a difficult year was coming, communities would begin rationing and conservation measures before the crisis actually hit. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of medieval survival strategy was their approach to dietary flexibility. Modern people tend to eat a relatively narrow range of foods and would struggle to adapt quickly to scarcity. Medieval people maintained detailed knowledge of hundreds of edible plants, preparation techniques for foods that might seem inedible to us, and complex recipes for making nutritious meals from whatever ingredients were available. They knew which tree barks could be ground into flour, which wild plants provided essential nutrients, and how to prepare foods that were normally considered cattle feed for human consumption. This wasn't just survival knowledge, it was a sophisticated understanding of nutrition that allowed communities to maintain health even when their preferred foods were unavailable. Medieval communities also developed remarkable systems for managing water resources during climate crises. They built complex networks of wells, cisterns, and water storage systems that could provide clean water during both droughts and floods. They understood watershed management and maintained forest cover in areas crucial for water retention. Many medieval villages had backup water sources that were maintained specifically for emergency use. The social institutions around crisis management were equally sophisticated. Medieval communities had established protocols for decision-making during emergencies, systems for distributing scarce resources fairly, and mechanisms for coordinating response across multiple settlements. They had legal frameworks that allowed temporary suspension of normal property rights during genuine emergencies, ensuring that survival resources could be shared effectively. Perhaps most importantly, medieval people understood that survival wasn't just about individual preparation, it was about community resilience. They built social networks that could function under extreme stress, maintaining cooperation and mutual support, even when resources were desperately scarce. This community-centered approach to disaster management proved remarkably effective at helping medieval societies survive climate challenges that might have destroyed more individualistic cultures. These survival strategies weren't just reactive. They were proactive systems that allowed medieval communities to thrive even in an unpredictable climate. They represent a sophisticated understanding of risk management that modern societies are only beginning to rediscover. War and weather were inseparable partners in medieval Europe, dancing together in ways that determined the rise and fall of kingdoms, the success or failure of military campaigns, and ultimately the shape of European civilization itself. Medieval commanders who ignored climate patterns did so at their peril, while those who understood how to work with, or against, seasonal rhythms could achieve victories that would echo through history. Consider the fundamental rhythm of medieval warfare. Campaigns almost always began in late spring, after the roads had dried from winter rains but before the harvest demanded every available hand. Armies would march and fight through summer, then race against autumn weather to conclude their business before winter made travel impossible. This wasn't just convenience, it was necessity. Medieval armies were massive consumers of food and fodder, and they needed to move constantly to avoid exhausting local resources. But climate threw constant complications into these neat seasonal plans. An unusually wet spring could delay campaigns by months, giving enemies time to prepare defences or form alliances. An early winter could trap armies far from home, forcing desperate retreats that turned military victories into disasters. Some of history's most decisive battles were won not by superior tactics or numbers, but by commanders who better understood the weather they were fighting in. The Norman conquest of England provides a perfect example of climate-shaping military history. William's invasion fleet had been ready to sail for weeks, but contrary winds kept them trapped in Norman ports while Harold's English forces waited on the southern coast. When the winds finally shifted, Harold had been forced to dismiss his militia to bring in the harvest, exactly when William's ships finally crossed the Channel. The Battle of Hastings was decided as much by wind patterns as by military strategy. Medieval siege warfare was even more dependent on climate considerations. Besieging armies needed to maintain supply lines across potentially hostile territory for months or even years. A siege that began in favourable weather could become a nightmare if unexpected climate changes disrupted food supplies or made camps uninhabitable. Many famous sieges ended not because walls were breached, but because weather made continuing the siege impossible. Climate also determined which military technologies were effective in different regions and seasons. Heavy cavalry, the dominant military force of the High Middle Ages, was extremely effective on firm, dry ground, but could become useless in muddy conditions. Crossbows and early firearms were unreliable in wet weather. Castle design had to account for local climate patterns. Fortifications in northern Europe needed different drainage systems and heating arrangements than those in Mediterranean regions. But the relationship between climate and medieval conflict went far deeper than immediate tactical considerations. Long-term climate patterns shaped the entire strategic landscape of medieval Europe. The medieval warm period enabled the agricultural expansion that supported larger armies and more ambitious military campaigns. The population growth and economic prosperity, that came with favourable climate created the resources necessary for the Crusades, the Reconquista in Spain, and the great expansion of German settlement into Eastern Europe. Climate change could also trigger conflicts by creating resource scarcity or forcing population movements. The cooling period that began in the late 13th century contributed to the agricultural crises that sparked peasant revolts across Europe. The Little Ice Age would later play a role in the religious wars that tore Europe apart in the 16th and 17th centuries as crop failures and economic stress exacerbated existing religious tensions. Medieval rulers who understood these climate conflict connections gained enormous advantages over their rivals. They learned to time their military campaigns to take advantage of favourable weather patterns while avoiding seasonal vulnerabilities. They developed supply systems that could function reliably despite climate variability. Most importantly, they built political and economic systems that could maintain military effectiveness even during periods of climate stress. The Vikings provide perhaps the best example of a medieval culture that turned climate knowledge into military advantage. Their longships were specifically designed to operate in the challenging conditions of northern seas, allowing them to strike at enemies who couldn't effectively respond during winter months. They timed their raids to coincide with favourable weather patterns, and used their superior knowledge of seasonal navigation to appear seemingly from nowhere and disappear just as quickly. As medieval Europe moved toward the end of the warm period and faced increasing climate instability, military leaders had to become increasingly sophisticated about weather planning. The successful commanders of the later Middle Ages were those who could adapt quickly to changing conditions, maintain flexible supply systems, and use climate variability as a tactical weapon against less prepared enemies. This intimate relationship between climate and warfare would continue to shape European military thinking well into the early modern period, when improved technology and logistics finally began to reduce, though never eliminate, the weather's role as a decisive factor in military campaigns. The medieval world's hard-won mastery over climate challenges had taught European civilization crucial lessons about resilience, adaptation, and the delicate balance between human ambition and natural forces. Communities that had learned to thrive despite volcanic winters and survive through climate uncertainty had developed something remarkable: the confidence and organizational skills necessary to build lasting institutions. But as Europe emerged from centuries of climate struggle, a new generation of rulers was looking beyond mere survival. They had inherited the survival strategies, the agricultural innovations, and the social resilience that climate had forced their ancestors to develop. Now they were ready to use those tools to attempt something that hadn't been successfully achieved since the fall of Rome: the creation of unified, powerful kingdoms that could project their influence across vast territories and multiple generations. The climate catastrophes that had nearly destroyed European civilization in the 6th century had inadvertently forged the institutional and cultural foundations that would enable medieval Europe's greatest political achievement: the emergence of unified nation-states that would dominate the world stage for centuries to come. Chapter 8. The Ottos and the Dream of Rome. Picture this: it's the year 955, and Christian Europe is holding its breath. For decades, Magyar horsemen have swept across Central Europe like a plague of locusts, their composite bows raining death from distances that European knights can't even dream of reaching. Entire kingdoms have paid tribute rather than face these nomadic warriors who appear from nowhere, strike like lightning, and vanish before any organized response can be mounted. But on the plains near Augsburg, A Saxon king named Otto is about to do something that many believe impossible. He's going to face the Magyar horde in open battle and emerge victorious. What Otto doesn't know is that his triumph on this August day will set in motion a chain of events that will resurrect the ghost of Rome itself, creating an empire that will endure for nearly 1,000 years. But more than that, it will establish a precedent that will haunt European politics until our own time. The idea that temporal power and spiritual authority must either dance together or destroy each other. The Magyar threat had paralyzed Europe for over 50 years. These weren't the Vikings, whose raids, however devastating, followed predictable patterns along coastlines and rivers. The Magyars moved like smoke across the landscape, their horse-archer tactics inherited from the steppes of Asia. They could cover 100 miles in a day, strike 3 different targets, and be gone before local defenders even knew they were there. Kings had tried everything, fortifications, cavalry charges, even bribes, but nothing worked against an enemy who refused to fight on European terms. Otto the Great understood something his predecessors had missed. The Magyars weren't invincible. They were simply playing a different game. Their strength lay in mobility and surprise, but they had a critical weakness. They were most vulnerable when they were forced to commit to a single decisive engagement. At Lechfeld, Otto didn't just assemble an army, he created a trap. He positioned his forces so that the Magyars would have to attack a prepared position if they wanted to capture the rich prize of Augsburg. When they took the bait, Otto's heavy cavalry, supported by disciplined infantry, crushed them so thoroughly that Magyar raids into Western Europe effectively ended forever. But Otto's victory accomplished something far more significant than mere military success. In one stroke, he had demonstrated that Christian Europe could defend itself against any external threat. More importantly, he had proven that a German king could provide the leadership that neither France nor the remnants of the Byzantine Empire seemed capable of offering. The psychological impact of Lechfeld rippled across Europe like an earthquake. Here was a ruler who could actually deliver on the promise of protection that kingship was supposed to provide. The transformation this victory worked on Otto himself was equally profound. Before Lechfeld, he had been Otto, king of the Germans. Powerful, certainly, but fundamentally regional. After Lechfeld, he became something else entirely. The defender of Christendom, the strong right arm of God on earth. And once that transformation occurred, there was really only one logical next step. If Otto was the protector of Christian Europe, then surely he deserved the title that had once belonged to the protectors of Christian Rome. The coronation of Otto the Great as Holy Roman Emperor on February 2nd, 962, was theatre of the highest order. But it was also something much more dangerous. It was the resurrection of an idea that had been buried with the last Western Roman emperor nearly 5 centuries earlier. When Pope John XIV placed the imperial crown on Otto's head in St. Peter's Basilica, he wasn't just honouring a successful German king. He was announcing to the world that Rome had returned, that the ancient compact between Caesar and Christ was renewed, and that the chaos of the post-Roman world was finally over. But here's what makes this moment so fascinating and so fraught with future conflict. Neither Otto nor the Pope fully understood what they were unleashing. Otto saw the imperial title as recognition of what he had already achieved: dominance over Central Europe and leadership of the Christian resistance to external threats. The Pope saw it as a tool to restore papal prestige and create a reliable protector for the increasingly beleaguered papal states. Neither of them anticipated that they were creating a monster that would devour both German kingship and papal authority for the next 3 centuries. The crown that Otto accepted came with obligations that no German king could fulfill and claims that no pope could tolerate. As Holy Roman Emperor, Otto was supposedly the heir to Augustus and Constantine, the temporal ruler of all Christendom, the earthly representative of divine justice. But he was also unavoidably king of the Germans, which meant his primary concerns were necessarily the defence of Saxon borders and the politics of Germanic tribes. These 2 roles, universal emperor and tribal king, were fundamentally incompatible. But once Otto accepted the imperial crown, every one of his successors would be trapped in the same impossible position. The immediate consequences of Otto's coronation revealed just how complicated this new arrangement would prove to be. Within months, the Pope who had crowned him was plotting against him, terrified that he had created a master rather than a protector. Otto responded by deposing John XIII and installing his own candidate as Pope, an act that established the principle of imperial control over papal elections, but also guaranteed that future popes would view the empire as a threat to ecclesiastical independence. What had begun as a partnership was already becoming a rivalry. Yet, despite these early warning signs, Otto's imperial project did produce remarkable achievements that justify calling his reign the beginning of the Ottonian Renaissance. The court that Otto established was unlike anything Europe had seen since Charlemagne's time. He gathered scholars, artists and theologians from across the continent, creating an intellectual environment that rivaled Constantinople's and far surpassed anything in contemporary France or England. The manuscripts produced under Ottonian patronage represent some of the finest artistic work of the medieval period, their illuminations displaying a sophistication and emotional depth that speaks to a court culture of genuine refinement. More importantly, Otto's imperial ideology inspired architectural projects that were intended to make visible the return of Roman grandeur to northern Europe. The cathedral at Magdeburg, Otto's chosen burial place, was designed to rival Hagia Sophia in its ambition and splendour. The church at Gernrode and the monastery at Corvey demonstrate an architectural confidence that announces to the world that the age of crude fortifications and makeshift accommodations is over, that European civilization has recovered both the technical skill and the cultural confidence to build for eternity. But the most remarkable aspect of the Ottonian Renaissance wasn't its artistic achievements, impressive as they were. It was the intellectual framework that Otto's court developed to justify and explain the restoration of empire. The scholars who gathered around Otto didn't simply claim that he was reviving Roman tradition. They argued that the Holy Roman Empire represented the fulfillment of Roman tradition, that what Constantine had begun, Otto had completed. They developed a sophisticated theology of empire that identified the Holy Roman Emperor as the final earthly ruler before the second coming of Christ, the figure who would unite all Christian peoples under a single crown and prepare the world for the Last Judgment. This was heady stuff, and it attracted some of the finest minds of the era. But it also created expectations that no earthly ruler could possibly meet, and it established claims that would bring the empire into inevitable conflict with both the papacy and the emerging national monarchies of Europe. When Otto's successors tried to make good on these imperial claims, they would discover that the dream of Rome was also Rome's curse. The reign of Otto's son, Otto II, demonstrated just how dangerous imperial ambitions could become when they weren't matched by imperial resources. Determined to complete his father's work by conquering southern Italy and driving the Byzantines and Muslims from the peninsula, Otto II led a massive expedition south in 982. The campaign was a disaster of epic proportions. At the Battle of Cotrone, Otto II's army was virtually annihilated by a coalition of Byzantine and Muslim forces, and the young emperor barely escaped with his life. The defeat not only ended German dreams of controlling southern Italy, it also triggered rebellions across the empire that nearly undid everything the first Otto had accomplished. The crisis that followed Otto II's death in 983 revealed the fundamental instability of the imperial project. Otto III inherited the throne as a child, and for nearly a decade the empire was governed by regents who lacked both the prestige and the resources to maintain imperial authority. Rebellions erupted in Germany, Italy, and the Slavic borderlands. The papacy, freed from imperial oversight, descended into corruption and factional violence. By the 990s, it seemed entirely possible that the Holy Roman Empire would follow the Carolingian Empire into oblivion. But Otto III proved to be the most remarkable and the most tragic of the Ottonian emperors. When he reached adulthood, he didn't simply try to restore his grandfather's empire. He tried to transform it into something even more ambitious and even more impossible. Influenced by his Byzantine mother and his brilliant tutor, Gerbert of Aurillac, Otto III developed a vision of empire that was simultaneously more universal and more mystical than anything his predecessors had imagined. He would not merely be Holy Roman Emperor, he would be the Emperor of the Romans, ruling from Rome itself, governing a truly universal Christian empire that would encompass East and West, Latin and Greek, temporal and spiritual authority. The attempt to realize this vision consumed Otto III's brief reign and ultimately destroyed him. His efforts to establish permanent imperial residence in Rome triggered massive resistance from the Roman nobility, who had no intention of accepting permanent German domination. His attempts to reform the papacy and purify the Church created enemies among the very ecclesiastical hierarchies whose support the empire required. His efforts to create a truly universal empire alarmed both the French and the Byzantines, who saw imperial universalism as a direct threat to their own sovereignty. Most tragically, Otto III's imperial mysticism isolated him from the German nobility, whose support was the foundation of Ottonian power. The German dukes and counts who had followed his grandfather to victory at Lechfeld had no interest in financing expeditions to Rome or supporting claims to universal dominion. They wanted a king who would protect Saxon borders and maintain German interests, not an emperor who seemed more concerned with Italian politics and ecclesiastical reform than with the practical needs of German governance. When Otto III died in 1002 at the age of 21, he left behind an empire that was simultaneously more ambitious in its claims and more fragile in its foundations than ever before. The imperial idea had taken on a life of its own, generating expectations and creating enemies that would plague every subsequent emperor. But it had also become so central to European political thought that it couldn't simply be abandoned. Every king who claimed the imperial crown would inherit not only Otto's achievements, but also his impossible dreams. Yet even as we recognize the ultimately tragic character of the Ottonian imperial project, we must also acknowledge its remarkable achievements. The Ottos didn't simply revive the idea of empire, they transformed it, creating an institutional and ideological framework that would shape European politics for centuries. The Holy Roman Empire that emerged from their efforts became the stage on which some of the most important dramas of medieval history would be played out. The investiture controversy, the struggle between emperor and pope, the rise of the German princely states, and ultimately the emergence of the modern European state system. More fundamentally, the Ottonian experiment established a pattern that would become characteristic of European civilization: the tension between universal ideals and particular interests, between the dream of unity and the reality of diversity, between the claims of authority and the demands of freedom. The Holy Roman Empire never resolved these tensions. Indeed, its history is largely the story of their continuous negotiation, but it created the institutional space within which they could be explored and eventually transcended. As we watch Otto III's funeral procession make its way from Rome back to Germany in the winter of 1002, we're witnessing the end of one dream, but also the beginning of another. The imperial crown that will be placed on the head of Otto's successor, Henry II, carries with it all the contradictions and possibilities that the Ottos discovered but couldn't resolve. The empire they created will survive for another 8 centuries, not because it solved the problem of how to reconcile universal claims with particular interests, but because it provided a framework within which that problem could be continuously negotiated and renegotiated. But even as Henry II prepares to inherit the imperial crown, events are already unfolding that will test the empire in ways the Ottos never imagined. Across the English Channel, a bastard duke named William is already dreaming of conquest, while in the distant Holy Land, the first stirrings of what will become the crusading movement are beginning to challenge the very foundations of European Christian civilization. The empire that the Ottos built will soon face challenges that will make the Magyar raids look like minor border skirmishes. Challenges that will ultimately transform not only the empire but the entire Christian world. Chapter 9. The Last Conquest. Norman Revolution and Medieval Transformation, 1066 to 1100 CE. Picture this. It's October 14th, 1066, and a bastard duke from Normandy is about to gamble everything on a single day's battle that will determine whether he becomes a king or a corpse. What makes this moment so extraordinary isn't just that William the Conqueror succeeded, it's that his victory would be the last time in nearly 1,000 years that England would fall to foreign invasion. The Norman conquest wasn't just a changing of the guard, it was the moment medieval Europe learned how to build states so powerful, so sophisticated, that they would dominate the world for centuries to come. But to understand how one man's audacious gamble reshaped an entire civilization, we need to step back from that famous battlefield and witness the impossible sequence of events that led William to risk everything on English soil. The year 1066 began with what must have seemed like an impossible puzzle for Harold Godwinson, the newly crowned King of England. Imagine trying to defend a kingdom when your enemies are approaching from opposite directions, and you can't be in 2 places at once. That was Harold's nightmare, and it was about to become medieval Europe's most famous case study in strategic overstretch. The problem wasn't just that Harold faced 2 invasions, it was the timing. In September 1066, Harald Hardrada of Norway landed in the north, with 300 ships and 15,000 warriors, claiming the English throne through a dubious connection to previous Viking rulers. Harold Godwinson marched north with lightning speed, caught the Norwegians by surprise at Stamford Bridge, and won one of the most complete victories in medieval warfare. Harold Hardrada, whose very name meant hard ruler, died with an arrow through his throat, and his army was so devastated that they needed only 24 ships to carry home the survivors. But Harold's triumph contained the seeds of his downfall. While he was crushing the Viking threat in Yorkshire, William of Normandy was loading his own invasion fleet just across the English Channel. Think about the cruel irony. Harold had just demonstrated his military genius by covering 250 miles in 4 days and winning a decisive battle, but that very success left him in the worst possible position to face a second invasion. When news reached Harold that Norman ships had landed at Pevensey Bay, he faced a commander's ultimate nightmare. His army was exhausted from the northern campaign, scattered across hundreds of miles, and missing many of its best warriors who had fallen at Stamford Bridge. Yet Harold had no choice but to march south immediately, because every day he delayed gave William more time to fortify his position and ravage the countryside. What followed was perhaps the most perfectly choreographed military campaign of the medieval period. William hadn't just landed randomly on the English coast. He had chosen his landing site with surgical precision. Pevensey Bay offered natural protection for his fleet, while the surrounding area was part of Harold's own family lands. This wasn't coincidence, it was psychological warfare. William was deliberately devastating Harold's home territory, goading the English king into attacking before he was fully prepared. The Battle of Hastings itself has become so legendary that we sometimes forget how desperately close it came to going the other way. For most of October 14th, the outcome hung in perfect balance. Harold's Anglo-Saxon warriors, fighting on foot behind their famous shield wall, repelled charge after charge of Norman cavalry. The Normans were so demoralised that rumours spread through their ranks that William himself had been killed. But here's where William revealed the strategic genius that separated him from every other medieval commander. When his Breton allies began a genuine retreat on the left flank, William turned disaster into opportunity. He ordered his other units to feign retreat as well, drawing the English warriors down from their advantageous position on the hilltop. When the Anglo-Saxons broke formation to pursue what they thought was a fleeing enemy, Norman cavalry wheeled around and cut them to pieces. The moment that sealed England's fate came near sunset, when Harold Godwinson fell with an arrow through his eye, though some sources suggest he was actually hacked down by Norman swords after being wounded by the arrow. Either way, his death broke the last organised English resistance. In a single day's fighting, William had eliminated not just a rival king, but virtually the entire Anglo-Saxon aristocracy. Yet William's real genius wasn't winning the battle. It was understanding that victory was meaningless unless he could hold what he had conquered. And that brings us to one of the darkest chapters in medieval history. What William did next reveals a truth about medieval warfare that Hollywood rarely shows us. Sometimes the greatest generals were also the most ruthless terrorists. The systematic campaign of devastation that followed Hastings wasn't the work of an out-of-control army. It was calculated policy, designed to break English resistance so completely that rebellion would become literally impossible. The challenge William faced was unprecedented in medieval Europe. He had conquered a kingdom, but with what? His entire Norman army numbered perhaps 8,000 men trying to control a population of roughly 2 million Anglo-Saxons. In modern terms, it would be like trying to occupy Texas with a single infantry brigade. The mathematics of control simply didn't work, unless William could make the English people too terrified to resist. The Northern Rebellion of 1069 gave William his opportunity to implement what we might today call a doctrine of collective punishment. When English nobles invited a Danish fleet to support their uprising, William didn't just defeat the rebels, he systematically destroyed the economic foundation of northern England. His armies spent the winter of 1069 to 70, burning every village, slaughtering every farm animal, and destroying every grain store from York to Durham. The scope of this devastation is almost impossible to comprehend. Contemporary chroniclers, writing decades later, described landscapes that still bore the scars of William's campaign. The Domesday Book, compiled 20 years after the harrying, records vast stretches of northern England as waste, completely uninhabited and uncultivated. Modern historians estimate that William's campaign may have killed as much as 3/4 of the population in affected areas, making it proportionally one of the deadliest military campaigns in European history. But here's what makes the harrying truly chilling. It worked exactly as William intended. The campaign wasn't an expression of rage or revenge, it was social engineering on a massive scale. By destroying the economic basis of northern England, William eliminated the resources that could support future rebellions. A population struggling to survive at subsistence level couldn't afford to support armies or political resistance. The psychological impact was equally devastating. William had demonstrated that rebellion against Norman rule didn't just risk military defeat, it meant the complete destruction of entire communities. The message was unmistakable. Submission to Norman authority was the only path to survival. Yet the harrying of the North was only the most dramatic example of a transformation that was reshaping every level of English society. When William declared that all land in England belonged to him by right of conquest, he wasn't just making a legal claim, he was implementing a revolution in how medieval society was organised. Imagine if the government showed up at your door tomorrow and demanded to know exactly how much property you owned, how much it was worth, and how much tax you could afford to pay. And then imagine they actually had the administrative capability to verify your answers. That's essentially what William the Conqueror accomplished with the Domesday Survey of 1086, and it was so unprecedented that it terrified the English population. The Domesday Book wasn't just a census, it was a declaration that the Norman state could see everything, know everything, and control everything within the kingdom. No medieval government had ever attempted anything on this scale. William's commissioners travelled to every village, interviewed every landowner, and recorded every cow, pig and acre of ploughland in the kingdom. The level of detail was so intrusive that the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle complained that the survey omitted not one ox, nor one cow, nor one pig. But the Domesday Survey's true genius lay not in its comprehensiveness, but in its purpose. William wasn't just counting England's wealth, he was redistributing it on a scale that makes modern land reforms look modest. By 1086, just 20 years after Hastings, less than 5% of England's landed wealth remained in Anglo-Saxon hands. The rest had been systematically transferred to Norman nobles, creating an entirely new ruling class, whose power depended completely on William's continued favour. This redistribution revealed the sophistication of Norman administrative thinking. Rather than simply seizing land randomly, William used the Domesday Survey to implement what we might recognise today as a rational bureaucratic system. Every grant of land came with specific military obligations. A baron who received estates worth £20 per year owed the king exactly one night's service. The system was so precisely calibrated that William could calculate his military strength simply by consulting his land records. The survey also revealed how Norman rule was transforming the English economy. The Domesday Commissioners didn't just record what existed in 1086. They compared it to conditions in 1066, creating a 20-year snapshot of conquest's impact. What they found was extraordinary. Despite the devastation of war and the harrying of the north, England's overall agricultural productivity had actually increased under Norman rule. New mills, new churches, and new towns appeared throughout the kingdom. This paradox, devastation and development occurring simultaneously, reflected the fundamental nature of Norman governance. William and his nobles weren't just military occupiers, they were investors who understood that productive estates generated more revenue than devastated ones. The same ruthlessness that produced the harrying of the north also drove efficient estate management, technological innovation, and urban development. The Domesday Book's most lasting impact wasn't what it recorded, but what it represented. A state powerful enough to know everything about its subjects and organized enough to act on that knowledge. This administrative revolution was already inspiring similar innovations across medieval Europe, but nowhere was it more dramatically visible than in the great stone monuments that began appearing across the English landscape. Walk through the English countryside today, and you'll encounter the Norman conquest's most enduring legacy, castle ruins that still dominate the landscape 900 years after they were built. But these weren't just military fortifications. They were psychological weapons designed to make Norman domination seem permanent and unshakable. The scale of Norman castle building was unprecedented in medieval Europe. Within 20 years of Hastings, William and his nobles had constructed more than 500 major fortifications across England. To put this in perspective, that's roughly one castle for every 40 square miles, a density of military control that no medieval kingdom had ever achieved. Every significant town, every river crossing, every major road junction was commanded by Norman stone. The architectural message was unmistakable. Anglo-Saxon England had been defended by wooden palisades and earthen banks that could be built quickly, but also destroyed easily. Norman castles were built of stone that would last for centuries, proclaiming that Norman rule was equally permanent. The great tower of the Tower of London, begun around 1078, rose 90 feet above the Thames, higher than anything the Anglo-Saxons had ever built, and its white limestone walls could be seen for miles across the flat Essex marshes. But Norman castle design revealed a sophisticated understanding of medieval psychology. These weren't just military bases, they were theatres of power designed to awe and intimidate anyone who approached them. The typical Norman keep combined residential luxury with military strength, demonstrating that the new rulers weren't temporary occupiers, but permanent lords who intended to live in comfort while remaining ready for war. The speed of construction was as impressive as the buildings themselves. The Normans had perfected standardized building techniques that allowed them to erect major fortifications in months rather than years. Teams of specialized craftsmen moved from site to site, using modular design elements that could be adapted to local conditions while maintaining consistent architectural standards. It was medieval mass production applied to military engineering. The castle's strategic placement revealed William's understanding of how to control a conquered territory. Rather than concentrating his forces in a few major strongholds, he created a network of mutually supporting fortifications that could respond quickly to threats anywhere in the kingdom. A rebellion that succeeded in capturing one castle would find itself surrounded by half a dozen others, each capable of launching immediate counterattacks. The psychological impact on the English population was profound. These towering stone monuments served as constant reminders that resistance was futile. The Normans had literally rebuilt the landscape to reflect their dominance. Every market day, every religious festival, every ordinary journey brought English people face to face with symbols of their subjugation. Yet the castle-building programme represented something larger than military occupation. It was part of a transformation that was reshaping medieval Europe itself, as Norman innovations spread far beyond England's shores. The success of William's conquests had demonstrated that the old medieval world of tribal kingdoms and personal loyalty was giving way to something new. Bureaucratic states organized around systematic administration rather than charismatic leadership. The methods that conquered England were already being exported across Europe by Norman adventurers who understood that the future belonged to whoever could build the most efficient machinery of government. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Norman achievement was how quickly the conquerors became the conquered. Within a generation, Norman nobles were speaking English as well as French, marrying into Anglo-Saxon families and adopting English customs. The conquest that had seemed so brutal and complete was already evolving into something unprecedented, a genuine fusion of cultures that would create a new kind of European civilization. The bastard duke, who gambled everything on a single battle, had won far more than a kingdom. He had discovered the formula for building states so powerful that they would reshape the world, and in doing so he had created the template that would carry European civilization from medieval fragmentation toward early modern unity. The Norman conquest represents one of history's great paradoxes, an invasion that succeeded so completely that it disappeared. Within 2 centuries, the descendants of William's Norman knights considered themselves English, spoke English, and died defending England against French invasion. The conquest that had seemed to destroy Anglo-Saxon civilization had actually created something entirely new. A hybrid culture that combined Norman administrative efficiency with English legal traditions and Saxon agricultural knowledge. But the Norman achievement extended far beyond England. From Sicily to Scotland, Norman adventurers were applying the lessons learned in the English conquest to build a new kind of medieval state, one based on systematic administration rather than personal charisma, written records rather than oral tradition, and stone castles rather than wooden halls. They had discovered that the future belonged to whoever could build the most efficient machinery of government. Yet even as Norman success stories spread across Europe, an even more ambitious project was taking shape in the monasteries and cathedral schools of France. A revolution in human knowledge that would challenge everything medieval people thought they understood about the world around them. Chapter 10. Deus Vult, the First Crusade and Medieval Holy War, 1095 to 1099 CE. Picture this. It's November 27th, 1095. A French pope stands before a crowd of thousands in a field outside Clermont. The wind carries his words across medieval Europe like wildfire, and within months over 100,000 people will abandon everything they know to march toward Jerusalem. Some will be knights seeking glory, others will be peasants fleeing poverty. Many will be pilgrims convinced they're saving their souls, but all of them believe they've heard God's own voice commanding them to war. This is the story of how medieval Europe launched its most ambitious and transformative military campaign. A holy war that would reshape 3 continents, create new nations and fundamentally alter how Christians, Muslims and Jews understood each other. The First Crusade wasn't just a war. It was the moment when medieval Europe announced to the world that it was no longer content to huddle behind its walls, waiting for the next Viking raid or Magyar invasion. But like all great historical turning points, it began not with armies, but with a single electrifying speech that changed everything. Pope Urban II had a problem. The Byzantine Emperor, Alexios Komnenos, had sent desperate letters to the west, begging for help against the advancing Seljuk Turks, who had conquered most of Anatolia, the heartland of the Eastern Roman Empire. But Urban saw an opportunity that went far beyond helping Constantinople. He envisioned something that hadn't happened since the fall of Rome, a united Christian Europe marching together toward a common goal. On that November day in 1095, Urban delivered what may be the most consequential speech in medieval history. We don't have his exact words. Medieval chroniclers each remembered it differently, but we know the effect. "Deus vult!" the crowd roared. "God wills it!" This became the battle cry that would echo from the fields of France to the walls of Jerusalem. Urban's genius lay in how he transformed pilgrimage into holy war. For centuries, Christians had journeyed to Jerusalem as individual acts of penance, often facing robbery, imprisonment or death along the way. Urban promised that this new pilgrimage would be different. It would be armed, organized and blessed by God himself. "Take up the cross," he declared, "and your sins would be forgiven. Die in this holy cause, and you would bypass purgatory entirely, ascending straight to paradise." But Urban made a crucial miscalculation. He expected his call to attract a few thousand knights, disciplined warriors who could be controlled and directed. Instead, his words ignited something far more powerful and unpredictable: mass religious hysteria that would sweep across social boundaries and transform his carefully planned military expedition into something resembling a medieval zombie apocalypse. The first to answer his call weren't knights at all. They were the desperate, the dispossessed, and the deeply faithful, and they weren't willing to wait for papal organization. Peter the Hermit was everything a charismatic preacher should be, and everything a military leader shouldn't. This wild-haired French monk rode through the countryside on a donkey, preaching with such fervour that people literally tore hair from his mule, believing it had miraculous properties. Peter proclaimed that God had spoken to him directly, commanding him to lead the faithful to Jerusalem immediately, not waiting for the Pope's official expedition. By spring 1096, Peter had assembled an army of perhaps 40,000 souls, mostly peasants, but also priests, women, children, and even some lesser nobles caught up in the religious frenzy. They called themselves pilgrims, but they carried weapons and expected to live off the land as they marched across Europe. This was medieval Europe's first attempt at a mass popular movement, and it quickly revealed how unprepared medieval society was for anything on this scale. The People's Crusade became a catastrophe of epic proportions. As they moved through the Rhineland, some groups began asking a terrible question. If they were marching thousands of miles to fight Christ's enemies in Jerusalem, why not start with the Jews living in their own cities? The pogroms that followed in Speyer, Worms, Mainz and Cologne were among the worst massacres of Jews in medieval history, marking the beginning of a dark tradition that would haunt Christian-Jewish relations for centuries. Those who survived the journey through Europe faced even worse when they reached Byzantine territory. The sophisticated Greeks looked upon these unwashed masses with horror and rushed them across the Bosphorus into Asia Minor as quickly as possible. There, lacking supplies, discipline, or coherent leadership, they were systematically destroyed by the Seljuk Turks. Peter the Hermit himself survived. He had returned to Constantinople for supplies when the final disaster struck, but most of his followers perished in the hills of Anatolia, their bones bleaching in the sun as a grim warning of what happened when religious enthusiasm outran military reality. Yet this disaster, rather than discouraging further crusading, actually strengthened the resolve of the real crusade that was still assembling. The nobility of Europe had watched the People's Crusade with a mixture of horror and fascination, and they were determined to show that when proper warriors took up the cross, the results would be very different indeed. The army that gathered in 1096 and 1097 was unlike anything Europe had ever assembled. This wasn't a single nation's military expedition. It was a coalition of the continent's most powerful nobles, each leading their own forces but united under the banner of Christ. Raymond of Toulouse brought the wealth of southern France. Bohemond of Taranto brought the tactical brilliance of the Normans. Godfrey of Bouillon brought the disciplined knights of Lorraine. Together, they commanded perhaps 60,000 fighting men, the largest army medieval Europe had ever put in the field. But numbers alone don't explain the Crusade's success. What made this force so formidable was how it combined the diverse military traditions of medieval Europe. The Normans contributed their cavalry charges and siege warfare expertise. The French brought their heavily armoured knights and feudal organisation. The Germans provided disciplined infantry and engineering skills. For the first time since the Roman Empire, Europe was fighting as a unified force rather than a collection of feuding kingdoms. The march to Jerusalem became a masterclass in medieval military innovation. When the Crusaders reached Nicaea, the first major Seljuk stronghold, they demonstrated their ability to adapt traditional European siege tactics to Eastern conditions. They built siege towers, deployed mangonels and trebuchets, and coordinated naval and land forces with their Byzantine allies. The city's surrender marked the first major Christian victory in Anatolia in over 20 years. But their greatest test came at Antioch, the legendary city where followers of Christ were first called Christians. The siege lasted 8 months, an eternity by medieval standards, and nearly broke the crusading army. Supply lines stretched across hundreds of miles of hostile territory. Disease ravaged the camps. Desertions mounted as winter approached. Some nobles, including Stephen of Blois, abandoned the expedition entirely, returning to Europe with tales of inevitable disaster. The Crusaders' situation was so desperate that when they finally captured Antioch through treachery, a tower guard opened the gates in exchange for gold. They found themselves immediately besieged by a massive Turkish relief army. Trapped inside the city they had fought so hard to capture, with supplies running low and morale collapsing, the crusade seemed doomed to end in failure and catastrophe. That's when something extraordinary happened, something that reveals how medieval people understood the relationship between the divine and the earthly, between faith and warfare. On June 14, 1098, a poor French priest named Peter Bartholomew claimed he had received a vision from St. Andrew, who revealed that the Holy Lance, the very spear that had pierced Christ's side on the cross, was buried beneath the altar of Antioch's cathedral. When the Crusaders dug and found an ancient spearhead, the army exploded with religious fervour. Here was proof that God hadn't abandoned them. Here was a sign that victory was not only possible, but inevitable. Modern historians debate whether Peter Bartholomew planted the lance himself or genuinely believed in his vision. But what matters isn't whether the relic was authentic. It's what the discovery revealed about the medieval mind. These weren't cynical politicians manipulating religion for military advantage. These were deeply faithful people who genuinely believed they were participating in a cosmic struggle between good and evil, and that God would intervene directly to ensure their victory. The psychological transformation was immediate and total. Knights who had been preparing to flee now volunteered for the most dangerous missions. Foot soldiers who had been grumbling about starvation now talked eagerly of martyrdom. The entire army seemed to catch fire with renewed purpose and confidence. On June 28, 1098, the Crusaders emerged from Antioch's gates to face a Turkish army that outnumbered them 3-1. By all military logic, they should have been annihilated. Instead, they achieved one of the most complete victories in medieval warfare. The Turkish army didn't just retreat, it disintegrated. Nobles who had dominated the Middle East for decades fled in panic, abandoning their camps, their treasure, and their reputations. The victory at Antioch marked the turning point of the First Crusade. But it also revealed something troubling about the nature of medieval holy war. The same religious fervour that made the Crusaders nearly invincible in battle also made them capable of shocking brutality. When they captured Antioch, they massacred not just Turkish soldiers, but Syrian Christians who had lived under Muslim rule. The line between holy warrior and fanatical killer was thinner than anyone wanted to admit. Now, with their confidence restored and their enemies in disarray, the Crusaders set their sights on the ultimate prize, the holy city itself. But Jerusalem would test not just their military skills, but their very souls. By the time the crusading army reached Jerusalem in June 1099, it had been transformed by 3 years of warfare, hardship, and religious intensity. Of the 100,000 who had left Europe, perhaps 15,000 effective fighters remained. They were harder, more experienced, and more ruthlessly focused than the eager pilgrims who had answered Urban's call. They had seen their friends die of disease and starvation. They had witnessed battles where divine intervention seemed to tip the scales. They believed with absolute certainty that God had preserved them for this moment. Jerusalem's defences were formidable. The city sat on a plateau surrounded by valleys, with massive walls that had protected it for centuries. The Fatimid garrison was well supplied and determined to resist. But the Crusaders had learned hard lessons about siege warfare during their journey, and they brought a new level of tactical sophistication to the assault. The siege lasted just over a month, but it was one of the most technically complex operations of the medieval period. The Crusaders built massive siege towers that required precise engineering to overcome Jerusalem's elevation advantages. They coordinated multiple assault points to prevent the defenders from concentrating their forces. Most importantly, they maintained their morale through an elaborate program of religious ceremonies, processions, and preaching that convinced every soldier he was fighting for his eternal salvation. The final assault began at dawn on July 15, 1099. The siege towers rolled forward as priests chanted hymns and nobles shouted battle cries. When Godfrey of Bouillon's men finally breached the northern wall, the psychological effect was electric. Defenders who had fought courageously for weeks suddenly broke and ran. Gates were opened from within. The city that had resisted so many armies finally fell to the Christian West. What happened next remains one of the most controversial episodes in medieval history. The Crusaders, convinced they were instruments of divine justice, showed no mercy to Jerusalem's population. Muslims, Jews, and even Eastern Christians were slaughtered indiscriminately. Contemporary chroniclers, writing to glorify the crusade, described rivers of blood flowing through the streets and praised the righteousness of Christian vengeance. The massacre at Jerusalem revealed the dark side of medieval holy war, how religious conviction could justify the most horrific brutality. But it also marked a turning point in the relationship between Christianity and Islam. For Muslims who had grown accustomed to Christian weakness and division, the crusade was a shocking wake-up call. For Christians, it was proof that God favoured the West and that further expansion was not just possible, but divinely ordained. The capture of Jerusalem wasn't the end of the First Crusade. It was the beginning of a new phase in medieval history. Now the Crusaders faced an even greater challenge than conquest: how to hold their gains and build a lasting Christian presence in the heart of the Islamic world. The four Crusader states that emerged from the First Crusade, Jerusalem, Antioch, Edessa and Tripoli, were among the most remarkable political experiments of the medieval period. Imagine trying to transplant feudal Europe into the Middle East, creating Western-style kingdoms surrounded by hostile Muslim powers and populated largely by Eastern Christians, Jews and Muslims who had little loyalty to their new rulers. The Kingdom of Jerusalem became the showcase of Crusader achievement. Godfrey of Bouillon, who refused the title of king in the city where Christ had worn a crown of thorns, established a government that blended Western feudalism with Eastern administrative practices. His successors built castles that were marvels of military engineering, established trading networks that enriched both East and West, and created a legal system that attempted to govern Christians, Muslims and Jews under a single crown. The Crusader states survived for nearly 2 centuries, but their existence was always precarious. They controlled the coasts and major cities, but the countryside remained largely Muslim. They depended on a constant stream of reinforcements from Europe, but most Crusaders returned home after fulfilling their vows. They needed to cooperate with their Muslim neighbours for basic survival, but their very existence was a standing challenge to Islamic authority. The most successful Crusader rulers were those who learned to navigate this complex reality. Men like Baldwin II of Jerusalem and Bohemond II of Antioch became masters of Middle Eastern diplomacy, allying with one Muslim faction against another, marrying into local Christian nobility, and adapting European military tactics to Eastern conditions. They created a unique hybrid culture that was neither fully Western nor Eastern, but something entirely new. Yet the Crusader states also revealed the limitations of medieval European expansion. Unlike later colonial empires, they lacked the demographic and technological advantages that would allow permanent domination. They were outposts of European civilization in a vast Islamic sea, impressive in their achievements, but ultimately unsustainable without constant support from a Europe that had its own problems to solve. The most lasting legacy of the Crusader states wasn't political or military. It was the creation of new institutions that would reshape medieval Europe itself. The Knights Templar began as 9 French knights who took vows to protect pilgrims travelling to Jerusalem. Within 50 years, they had become the most powerful financial institution in Europe, with commanderies from Portugal to Hungary, fleets in the Mediterranean, and the ability to transfer money across continents without moving a single coin. The Templars weren't just holy warriors, they were medieval Europe's first multinational corporation. The military orders, Templars, Hospitallers and Teutonic Knights, solved a fundamental problem of the Crusader states: how to maintain permanent garrisons of elite troops in an era when most knights served for limited periods and then returned home. By combining monastic vows with military service, they created a new type of warrior monk who was committed to the Holy Land for life. But these organizations quickly evolved beyond their military origins. The Hospitallers operated the largest hospital network in medieval Europe, providing medical care from Ireland to Cyprus. The Templars developed sophisticated banking techniques that financed everything from royal crusades to merchant expeditions. The Teutonic Knights essentially conquered and colonized Prussia and the Baltic states, creating a militarized German state that would influence European politics for centuries. The military orders represented something unprecedented in medieval society. International organizations that answered to no single king or nation, but operated according to their own laws and pursued their own interests across multiple kingdoms. They were, in many ways, more powerful than most medieval states, with resources and reach that individual rulers could only envy. Their rise also marked a fundamental shift in how medieval Europeans understood warfare and religion. The orders made holy war a permanent profession rather than a temporary calling. They institutionalized the idea that violence in service of Christianity was not just acceptable, but the highest form of religious devotion. This had profound consequences for medieval culture, creating a warrior-monk ideal that influenced everything from chivalric literature to royal policy. But the military orders also created new problems that would eventually help destroy the Crusader states. Their independence from secular authority made coordination difficult. Their rivalry with each other sometimes led to actual warfare between Christian forces. Most importantly, their enormous wealth and power made them targets for European rulers who wanted to control their resources. The story of the Crusades can't be understood without recognizing how they transformed not just the Middle East, but medieval Europe itself. The First Crusade launched a process of cultural exchange that would revolutionize European civilization. When Raymond of Toulouse first tasted sugar in Antioch, he couldn't have imagined that this single commodity would reshape European agriculture, cuisine, and colonial expansion for the next 8 centuries. When Bohemond of Taranto witnessed Greek fire being deployed against his siege towers, he couldn't have known that this encounter would eventually lead to gunpowder, revolutionizing European warfare. The Crusades weren't just military expeditions, they were the medieval equivalent of first contact between civilizations. The technological exchanges went both directions. Crusaders introduced heavy cavalry charges and crossbow tactics to Middle Eastern warfare, while adopting superior metalworking techniques, siege engineering, and medical knowledge from their Muslim and Byzantine neighbours. The distinctive architecture of Crusader castles, Crac de Chevalier, Margat, Belvoir, represented a fusion of European and Eastern engineering that created some of the most formidable fortifications in medieval history. But the cultural exchanges were even more profound. Crusaders returned to Europe with new ideas about mathematics, philosophy, and science. They brought back translations of Arabic texts that contained Greek learning lost to the West for centuries. They introduced new crops, new fabrics, new spices, and new forms of art that enriched European civilization in ways that would prove far more lasting than any military conquest. The intellectual impact was transformative. European scholars gained access to complete versions of Aristotle's works, advanced mathematical treatises and scientific observations that challenged traditional Western understanding of the natural world. The school of Chartres, the early universities, and the eventual scientific revolution all owed debts to knowledge that first entered Europe through crusading contacts. Perhaps most importantly, the Crusades forced medieval Europeans to confront the existence of sophisticated, powerful civilizations that weren't Christian. This didn't always lead to tolerance, often quite the opposite, but it did break down the insularity that had characterized European thinking since the fall of Rome. Europeans began to see themselves as part of a larger world, and this expanded perspective would eventually drive the age of exploration and European colonial expansion. The Crusades also created new economic networks that connected Europe to global trade routes. Italian merchants followed the Crusaders eastward, establishing trading posts and financial networks that would make cities like Venice and Genoa among the wealthiest in medieval Europe. The profits from Eastern trade helped finance the Renaissance, fund exploration, and support the artistic and intellectual flowering that we associate with the medieval period's end. But the most lasting legacy of the First Crusade wasn't economic or intellectual, it was the creation of a new European identity. The success of the First Crusade convinced medieval Europeans that God had chosen them for a special destiny. This wasn't just national pride or religious fervour, it was a fundamental shift in how Western Europeans understood their place in the world. Before 1095, medieval Europeans had been essentially defensive, focused on surviving Viking raids, Magyar invasions, and internal warfare. After 1099, they saw themselves as divinely appointed agents of Christian expansion. This crusading mentality became embedded in European culture in ways that shaped everything from royal policy to popular literature. The Reconquista in Spain, the Northern Crusades in the Baltic, the Albigensian Crusade in southern France, all of these were understood as extensions of the Jerusalem model, holy wars that would purify and expand Christendom. Even expeditions that weren't officially blessed by the Pope were often justified using crusading rhetoric and imagery. The chivalric literature that emerged in the 12th and 13th centuries, the Matter of Britain, the Chanson de Geste, the Arthurian romances, was saturated with crusading ideals. Knights in these stories weren't just warriors, they were Christian heroes fighting cosmic battles between good and evil. The Grail legends, in particular, merged Arthurian mythology with crusading spirituality, creating stories that influenced European self-perception for centuries. But the crusading ideal also had darker consequences. It legitimized violence against non-Christians in ways that would later justify colonial expansion, slave trading, and cultural destruction. The techniques developed for preaching crusades, mass rallies, emotional manipulation, promises of spiritual rewards for violence, became models for later forms of propaganda and mass mobilization. The institutional structures created by the Crusades also had lasting impact. The papal monarchy that emerged from Urban II's success gave the Church unprecedented power over European politics. The taxation systems developed to fund crusades became models for royal revenue generation. The diplomatic networks created to coordinate international expeditions established precedents for European alliance systems. Most importantly, the First Crusade established the precedent that European Christians had both the right and the obligation to use military force to spread their faith and values. This crusading mentality would drive European expansion for the next 8 centuries, shaping everything from the conquest of the Americas to the colonial empires of the 19th century. Yet the ultimate irony of the First Crusade was that its very success contained the seeds of its own destruction. By demonstrating European military capabilities, it forced Muslim powers to unite and modernize in ways that would eventually drive the Crusaders from the Holy Land. The First Crusade achieved something that seemed impossible in 1095. It united medieval Europe in a common cause, demonstrated Western military superiority over powerful Eastern enemies, and established European colonies in the heart of the Islamic world. For a brief shining moment it seemed that Christian Europe might indeed fulfill Urban II's grandest dreams and reconquer all the lands lost to Islam since the 7th century. But success bred overconfidence, and overconfidence bred complacency. The Crusader states were impressive achievements, but they were also isolated outposts in a vast and increasingly hostile world. The military orders were powerful institutions, but their independence and rivalry would eventually prove more hindrance than help. Most importantly, the very success of the First Crusade convinced Europeans that God would always ensure their victory, a dangerous assumption that would be tested by adversaries who learned from their defeats and emerged stronger than ever. As the 12th century dawned, the Crusader states seemed secure. The military orders were accumulating wealth and power, and European confidence was at an all-time high. But across the Islamic world, a new generation of leaders was emerging, men who had studied Christian tactics, learned from their predecessors' mistakes, and were determined to drive the invaders back into the sea. The stage was set for an even greater transformation of medieval Europe, one that would come not from military conquest, but from an economic and cultural revolution that would literally rebuild European civilization from the ground up. Chapter 11. The Awakening Giant, Urban Revival and Commercial Revolution, 1000 to 1150 CE. Picture this. You're standing in what was once the heart of medieval Europe around the year 950. The landscape stretches endlessly, dense forests broken only by scattered villages, muddy paths connecting isolated manor houses, and the occasional monastery bell echoing across empty valleys. Now, blink forward just 2 centuries to 1150. Suddenly the forest has retreated. Church spires pierce the sky from dozens of bustling towns. Rivers teem with merchant barges, and the air itself seems to hum with energy and possibility. What you've just witnessed is one of history's most dramatic transformations, the awakening of medieval Europe from what scholars call the long sleep of the early Middle Ages. But this wasn't just growth. This was an explosion of human potential that would reshape the continent forever. The question that haunts historians is simple yet profound. What triggered this sudden renaissance? What force was powerful enough to pull an entire civilization from subsistence survival into unprecedented prosperity? The answer begins with something as fundamental as a mother counting her children. Around the year 1000, European women began having more babies. Not just a few more, dramatically more. Villages that had struggled to maintain 50 souls suddenly found themselves bursting with 100, then 200 inhabitants. But here's the mystery that puzzled scholars for decades. Why now? What changed after centuries of demographic stagnation? The breakthrough came when climatologists began studying medieval tree rings and ice core samples. They discovered that around 950 CE, Europe entered what we now call the medieval warm period. Temperatures rose by just 2 or 3 degrees, barely noticeable to human skin, but revolutionary for medieval agriculture. Growing seasons lengthened by crucial weeks. Harvests that had failed every 3rd year now succeeded 2 years out of 3. Children who would have starved in harsher times now survived to have children of their own. Imagine the psychological impact of this change. For generations, medieval peasants had lived with the constant spectre of famine. Parents routinely buried children, knowing that another harsh winter could devastate their family. Suddenly, life itself became less precarious. Hope, that most precious of human commodities, began to spread across Europe like seeds on fertile ground. But population growth presented its own challenge. How do you feed twice as many mouths when all the good farmland is already taken? The answer lay in one of medieval Europe's most ambitious undertakings, the Great Clearance. Beginning around 1050, Europeans launched what can only be described as a war against the wilderness. Armed with iron axes and religious fervour, thousands of pioneers pushed into the vast forests that had covered the continent since the fall of Rome. They weren't just clearing patches for small gardens. They were transforming the European landscape on a scale not seen again until the Industrial Revolution. This wasn't random destruction, but organised development. Monasteries coordinated clearance projects across hundreds of square miles. Lords offered attractive terms to anyone willing to carve farms from the forest, reduced taxes, personal freedom, and the right to pass cleared land to their children. These weren't desperate refugees, but medieval entrepreneurs betting their lives on Europe's expanding future. The scale was staggering. In Germany alone, an estimated 200,000 square kilometres of forest, an area larger than modern-day Greece, disappeared between 1100 and 1300. The cleared land could support perhaps 2 million additional people, representing one of the largest voluntary migrations in human history. But clearing forest was just the beginning. Medieval developers had an even more ambitious vision, creating entirely new communities from scratch. This brings us to one of the Middle Ages' most underappreciated innovations. The new towns of medieval Europe weren't accidental settlements that grew organically around crossroads or river fords. They were planned communities, designed with the same intentionality that modern city planners bring to suburban developments. Lords and kings across Europe recognized that thriving towns generated far more tax revenue than scattered farms, so they began offering medieval start-up packages to anyone willing to establish a new settlement. The terms were revolutionary for their time. New townspeople received what medieval lawyers called burgher rights, personal freedom, the right to buy and sell property, and most remarkably, the right to govern themselves through elected councils. A German peasant who had lived his entire life under his lord's direct control could move to a new town and become literally overnight a free citizen with political rights. The formula worked spectacularly. Between 1100 and 1300, over 1,500 new towns were founded in Germany alone. France, England and other kingdoms followed similar patterns. These weren't tiny villages, but substantial communities designed to house thousands of inhabitants. Many featured sophisticated urban planning, straight streets laid out in grid patterns, designated areas for markets and crafts, and central squares large enough to accommodate the entire population during emergencies. But what made these new towns economically viable? The answer lies in a revolution that medieval people themselves recognized as transformative. The rise of professional merchants who made trade their life's work. Before 1000 CE, long-distance trade in Europe was sporadic and dangerous. Merchants were often part-time farmers who might venture to distant markets once or twice a year, carrying whatever surplus their region produced. But as Europe's population grew and new towns multiplied, the volume of trade reached a tipping point where full-time merchants could make a living moving goods between specialized communities. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source: northern Germany's Hanseatic League. What began as a loose association of German merchants trading in the Baltic Sea evolved into medieval Europe's first multinational corporation. At its height, the Hanseatic League controlled over 200 cities and towns from London to Novgorod, maintaining its own fleet, enforcing its own commercial laws, and even conducting its own diplomatic relations with kings and emperors. The League's success stemmed from a simple but revolutionary insight. Cooperation was more profitable than competition. Rather than each city trying to dominate its neighbours, League members agreed to mutual protection, standardized weights and measures, and shared information about market conditions across their vast network. A merchant in Hamburg could rely on League contacts in Bergen to provide accurate information about fish prices, while League representatives in London could guarantee the quality of German beer and metalwork. This wasn't just regional networking. It was the birth of international capitalism. League merchants developed sophisticated financial instruments, letters of credit that allowed payments across vast distances, insurance policies that protected against shipwreck and piracy, and partnership agreements that spread both risks and profits among multiple investors. Meanwhile, in the Mediterranean, Italian maritime republics were revolutionizing trade with the Muslim world and Byzantine Empire. Venice, Genoa and Pisa became medieval superpowers not through military conquest, but through commercial innovation. Venetian merchants didn't just buy and sell goods, they created new products by combining materials and techniques from different cultures. Venetian glassmakers learned Islamic techniques and combined them with European raw materials to create luxury goods that commanded premium prices across 3 continents. But the most revolutionary innovation was happening in Italian counting houses, where medieval bankers were inventing the financial tools that would make the modern economy possible. The Medici family of Florence started as wool merchants in the 1200s, but they became medieval Europe's most powerful family by recognizing a simple truth. Money itself could be a product. While other merchants focused on moving physical goods, the Medicis realized that moving money and charging fees for financial services could be even more profitable. They pioneered double-entry bookkeeping, which allowed them to track complex transactions across multiple countries and currencies. They developed exchange rates that made international trade practical, eliminating the need to physically transport heavy coins across dangerous roads. Most importantly, they created credit systems that allowed merchants to finance larger ventures than any individual could afford alone. The impact was transformative. A German merchant could now finance a trading expedition to Constantinople, using credit arranged through Medici banks, purchase Byzantine silk with letters of credit, and sell that silk in London without ever physically handling the gold and silver that made the transactions possible. Commerce accelerated from the pace of walking horses to something approaching the speed of thought. But medieval Europe's awakening wasn't just financial, it was fundamentally technological. And nowhere was this more evident than in the revolution that was literally reshaping the European landscape, the triumph of wind power. The windmill might seem like a quaint medieval invention, but it represented one of humanity's first successful attempts to harness renewable energy on an industrial scale. The technology itself wasn't entirely new. Islamic engineers had been using windmills for centuries, but medieval Europeans made crucial innovations that transformed windmills from useful gadgets into economic game changers. The key breakthrough was the post-mill design, which allowed the entire mill structure to rotate and face into the wind from any direction. This seemingly simple innovation increased efficiency dramatically, making wind power practical in the variable weather conditions of northern Europe. By 1300, over 10,000 windmills were operating across Europe, a scale of renewable energy deployment not seen again until the 21st century. But windmills were just the beginning. Medieval engineers were simultaneously perfecting the heavy plough, a technology that would prove even more revolutionary than financial innovation. The Roman plough had worked well in the light soils of the Mediterranean, but it was nearly useless in the heavy, clay-rich soils of northern Europe. For centuries, vast areas of potentially fertile land remained uncultivated simply because existing technology couldn't handle the soil conditions. The medieval heavy plough changed everything. Equipped with iron blades and wheeled supports, it could cut through the toughest European soils and turn them into productive farmland. More importantly, the heavy plough required teams of 6 to 8 oxen, encouraging peasant communities to pool their resources and work cooperatively. Villages that had operated as collections of individual families began functioning as integrated economic units. The agricultural impact was staggering. Regions of northern Europe that had supported sparse populations for centuries suddenly became some of the continent's most productive farmland. The heavy plough didn't just increase food production, it made possible the demographic explosion that was driving all of medieval Europe's other transformations. But perhaps the most visible sign of Europe's technological awakening was rising literally above every other human achievement, the architectural revolution that was transforming the European skyline. Walk into any Romanesque church built before 1140, and you'll immediately understand why medieval people called them fortresses of God. Massive stone walls, tiny windows, and low ceilings create an atmosphere of weight and permanence. These buildings seem designed to last forever, but also to keep the outside world at bay. They're impressive, but they're not inspiring in the way that later medieval architecture would become. Now imagine walking into Chartres Cathedral, completed around 1220. The experience is physically shocking. Walls seem to dissolve into expanses of coloured glass. Stone soars upward in defiance of gravity. Light floods the interior with an almost supernatural radiance. You're not just inside a building, you're inside a vision of heaven itself. The technological innovation that made this transformation possible was the flying buttress, external supports that carried the weight of stone vaulting outside the building, allowing interior walls to be opened up for enormous windows. But the flying buttress was more than an engineering solution. It was a metaphor for how medieval society itself was being restructured. Just as Gothic architects learned to distribute structural weight through external supports, medieval society was learning to distribute economic and political power through new institutions that hadn't existed in the early Middle Ages. The most important of these were the craft guilds, organizations that would reshape European economic life for centuries. Guilds began as mutual protection societies for artisans working in the same trade. In a world without police forces or commercial law, craftsmen needed ways to protect themselves from dishonest customers, inferior competition, and economic exploitation. But guilds quickly evolved into something much more sophisticated. Medieval Europe's first labour unions, professional associations, and quality control agencies rolled into one. Guild membership was the key to economic success in medieval towns. Only guild members could practice their trade legally, set up shops, or take on apprentices. In return, guilds guaranteed their members economic security, provided support during illness or injury, and maintained the professional standards that protected everyone's reputation. The guild system created something unprecedented in European history. A large class of people who weren't peasants but weren't nobles either. Guild masters owned their own businesses, employed other people, and participated in town government through elected councils. They were medieval Europe's first middle class, and their emergence would prove more revolutionary than any political or military change. But the real transformation was happening in how medieval people thought about work itself. Under the old feudal system, most people were born into their economic roles. Peasants' children became peasants, nobles' children became nobles. The guild system introduced a radical new concept, economic mobility based on skill and effort rather than birth. A blacksmith's son could become a goldsmith through apprenticeship. A merchant's daughter could inherit and expand her father's business. Most remarkably, even former serfs could purchase their freedom and, with luck and talent, rise to become wealthy guild masters within a single generation. This social mobility was creating a new kind of urban culture that was distinctly medieval. Guild halls became centres of civic life, hosting not just business meetings but theatrical performances, religious celebrations and political debates. Guild-sponsored festivals rivaled noble tournaments in their elaborateness. Guild members commissioned artwork, funded church construction, and supported the early universities that were beginning to appear across Europe. But perhaps the most revolutionary change was happening in how medieval people thought about law and governance. The Roman legal tradition had emphasized imperial authority. Law came from the emperor and flowed downward to subjects. Early medieval law was personal and tribal. Each group lived according to its own customs and traditions. Guild law was different. It was contractual, negotiated, and based on mutual consent. Guild members agreed to follow certain rules because those rules served their collective interests, not because they were imposed by superior authority. When disputes arose, they were resolved through arbitration and compromise rather than force or royal decree. This contractual approach to law was spreading beyond the guilds themselves. Town charters were negotiated agreements between lords and citizens. Trade agreements between regions were based on mutual benefit rather than dominance. Even relationships between kings and their most powerful subjects were increasingly governed by formal contracts that specified rights and obligations on both sides. Medieval Europe was inventing something that wouldn't receive its formal name until centuries later: constitutional government based on the consent of the governed. And this legal revolution was about to enable the most dramatic transformation in European intellectual life since the fall of Rome. As guild halls rose in medieval towns and windmills turned on every hill, as merchants' caravans stretched from the Baltic to the Mediterranean, and new cities bloomed like flowers across the European landscape, something even more profound was stirring in the great cathedrals and monastery schools of France. Young men were asking dangerous questions, not just about God and salvation, but about the very nature of knowledge itself. They were developing new methods of learning and teaching that would challenge centuries of accepted wisdom. They were building institutions that would outlast kingdoms and reshape human civilization. The urban revolution had created the prosperity to support these intellectual pioneers. The commercial revolution had connected them with scholars across Europe and beyond. The technological revolution had given them the tools they needed to preserve and disseminate their ideas. But what they were about to create would prove more revolutionary than all of these changes combined. They were about to invent the university, and with it a new way of understanding the world that would eventually transform not just Europe, but all of human civilization. The awakening giant of medieval Europe was about to learn how to think. Chapter 12. The Gothic Revolution, Cathedral Building and Medieval Renaissance, 1140 to 1200 CE. Picture this. You're standing in a building site in 12th century France watching something impossible unfold before your eyes. Stone masons are constructing walls so thin they seem to defy gravity, yet they're planning to stack them 13 stories high. The architect, a man who would be called insane by today's engineering standards, is promising that his walls will not only stand, but will be pierced by windows so vast they'll turn solid stone into gossamer light. This isn't just construction, this is revolution, and it's about to change not just how Europeans build, but how they think, how they learn, and how they see their place in the cosmos. Welcome to the Gothic Revolution, the moment when medieval Europe didn't just emerge from darkness, but blazed forth with a brilliance that still takes our breath away 8 centuries later. The year is 1140, and in the royal abbey of Saint-Denis, just north of Paris, a short, stocky monk named Suger is about to commit what his contemporaries consider architectural heresy. For 1,000 years, European builders have followed one simple rule. The thicker the wall, the stronger the building. Suger is about to throw that rule out the window, literally. But this isn't just about engineering. For Suger, light itself is divine. He believes that by flooding his church with ethereal coloured light streaming through vast stained glass windows, he can create nothing less than heaven on earth. It's a beautiful dream, but it requires solving an impossible problem. How do you build walls that are mostly window and still hold up a stone roof? The answer lies in what will become one of history's most elegant engineering solutions, the flying buttress. Imagine a stone arch that leaps through the air like a frozen dancer, carrying the crushing weight of the roof away from the delicate walls and down into massive external supports. It's counterintuitive, almost magical. Instead of making buildings heavier to make them stronger, Gothic architects make them lighter. But here's what makes this truly revolutionary. These aren't just engineering tricks. Every innovation serves a theological purpose. The soaring height draws the eye and the soul upward toward heaven. The vast windows transform earthly light into divine illumination. Even the pointed arches, replacing the rounded Roman style, seem to pierce the veil between earth and heaven like praying hands. Within a generation, this architectural revolution spreads across Europe like wildfire. In England, they're building Canterbury Cathedral. In Germany, Cologne Cathedral begins its centuries-long construction. In France, Notre Dame de Paris rises from its island in the Seine, its twin towers reaching toward God like twin prayers made stone. Yet as these magnificent cathedrals transform Europe's skylines, an even more profound transformation is taking place in the minds of medieval scholars. For the first time in centuries, they're not just preserving ancient knowledge, they're creating new institutions that will revolutionize how humans learn. Bologna, 1088. In the narrow streets of this Italian city, something unprecedented is happening. For the first time since the fall of Rome, scholars are gathering not just to copy manuscripts or debate theology, but to create something entirely new. A systematic method of legal education that will produce professional lawyers, judges, and administrators. The University of Bologna emerges from a simple but revolutionary idea: that knowledge can be organized, taught, and certified. Students aren't just listening to lectures. They're participating in structured debates, taking examinations and earning degrees that will be recognized across Europe. It's the birth of higher education as we know it. But Bologna is just the beginning. In Paris, master teachers like Peter Abelard are drawing students from across Europe to study theology and philosophy. Abelard doesn't just teach, he challenges his students to question everything. His method is revolutionary. Present a problem, examine all possible arguments, then use reason to reach a conclusion. It's called the scholastic method, and it will become the foundation of Western academic thinking. Here's what makes this so remarkable. These medieval scholars aren't just studying ancient texts. They're engaged in cutting-edge intellectual work that pushes the boundaries of human knowledge. In Paris, they're debating whether universals exist independently of particular things, a question that sounds abstract but actually shapes how we understand reality itself. In Oxford, founded in 1167, scholars are beginning to use mathematics to understand the natural world. The university system spreads with breathtaking speed. Cambridge, Salamanca, Prague, Vienna, within 2 centuries, dozens of universities dot the European landscape. Each one is a beacon of intellectual freedom, protected by papal and royal charters that guarantee scholars the right to pursue truth wherever it leads. But this intellectual revolution isn't happening in isolation. As scholars debate philosophy in their universities, poets and writers are creating an entirely new form of literature that will transform how Europeans think about love, honour and the human heart. Eleanor of Aquitaine's court in Poitiers, 1170. The most powerful woman in Europe has gathered around her a circle of poets, musicians and storytellers who are about to invent something that didn't exist before, romantic love as we understand it today. This is where troubadour poetry is born. Verses that celebrate not just physical desire, but the ennobling power of devoted, often unrequited love. These aren't just pretty songs. They're creating a new emotional vocabulary that transforms how Europeans think about relationships between men and women. The idea that love should be mutual, that it should elevate both lover and beloved, that it might even be worth sacrificing everything for, these concepts are being born in Eleanor's court. Meanwhile, across the Channel, unknown poets are weaving together Celtic legends, Christian symbolism and courtly ideals to create the Arthurian romances. The story of King Arthur, Guinevere and Lancelot isn't just entertainment. It's a mirror held up to medieval society, exploring the tensions between duty and desire, faith and honour, the individual and the community. But the most revolutionary cultural development isn't happening in courts at all. It's happening in the scriptoriums and schools where musical innovators are discovering something extraordinary, that multiple melodies can be sung simultaneously to create harmonies more beautiful than any single voice. This polyphonic music, meaning many voices, represents a fundamental shift in how Europeans think about harmony and discord, not just in music, but in society itself. Just as multiple melodic lines can weave together to create something greater than their individual parts, perhaps different social groups, different ideas, even different faiths might coexist in productive tension rather than destructive conflict. From the troubadour courts to the cathedral schools, from the Arthurian legends to the polyphonic masses, medieval culture is experiencing an explosion of creativity that rivals any Renaissance. Yet underneath all this artistic flowering, an even more profound intellectual revolution is taking shape, one that will change how humans understand the relationship between faith and reason. Canterbury Cathedral, 1093. A brilliant monk named Anselm is wrestling with a question that has haunted Christian thinkers for centuries. Can you prove God's existence using reason alone without relying on faith or scripture? Anselm's answer, what later philosophers will call the ontological argument, is breathtakingly simple and endlessly controversial. God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived. If God exists only in our minds, then we can conceive of something greater, a God who exists in reality. Therefore, God must exist in reality. It's an argument that will be debated by philosophers for the next 1,000 years, from Aquinas to Descartes to modern thinkers today. But Anselm's argument represents something larger. The birth of scholastic philosophy, the idea that human reason and divine revelation aren't enemies but partners in the search for truth. This is revolutionary. For centuries, many Christian thinkers had been suspicious of philosophy, seeing it as a distraction from faith. Now medieval scholars are arguing that reason is God's gift to humanity, meant to be used in service of understanding divine truth. This new confidence in reason leads to one of the most scandalous intellectual partnerships in medieval history, the love affair between Peter Abelard and Heloise. Abelard, the most brilliant teacher in Paris, falls in love with his student Heloise, niece of a powerful canon. Their secret marriage and tragic separation become the stuff of legend, but their letters reveal something deeper. Two towering intellects, grappling with the relationship between earthly love and divine calling, between personal desire and public duty. Heloise, in particular, emerges as one of the most formidable minds of her age. Her letters to Abelard don't just chronicle their personal tragedy, they engage with fundamental philosophical questions about the nature of love, sacrifice, and moral obligation. She argues that genuine love requires freedom, that forced devotion is meaningless, that true virtue comes from choice rather than compulsion. These aren't just personal reflections. They're contributions to moral philosophy that anticipate later thinkers by centuries. Meanwhile, in Sicily and Spain, something equally revolutionary is happening. Christian scholars are gaining access to Arabic translations of Aristotle's complete works, lost to Western Europe for centuries. Suddenly, medieval thinkers have access to the most sophisticated philosophical system of antiquity, and it doesn't always align with Christian doctrine. This creates what historians call the Aristotelian crisis. How do you reconcile Aristotle's claim that the world is eternal with the Christian belief that God created it? How do you square Aristotle's emphasis on reason with Christianity's emphasis on faith? These aren't abstract academic questions, they go to the heart of how medieval Europeans understand reality itself. The solution will come from unlikely quarters. A young Italian named Thomas Aquinas will spend his life creating a synthesis of Aristotelian philosophy and Christian theology that remains one of the most impressive intellectual achievements in human history. But that's a story for another chapter. For now, the crucial point is this. By 1200, medieval Europe has not only recovered the intellectual sophistication of antiquity, it has surpassed it. The universities are training minds that can hold their own with any thinkers in human history. The cathedrals are showcasing engineering and artistic achievement that won't be matched for centuries. The poets and musicians are creating new forms of beauty that still move us today. Yet even as this Gothic revolution reaches its peak, forces are already stirring that will challenge everything medieval civilization has built. The Islamic world, once the teacher, is beginning to feel threatened by its former students. The delicate balance between church and state that has enabled this intellectual flowering is starting to crack. And on the distant horizon, new technologies and new ideas are emerging that will transform European society once again. As the 12th century draws to a close, medieval Europe stands transformed. The Gothic cathedrals rising across the landscape aren't just buildings, they're manifestos in stone, declaring that human beings can reach toward heaven while remaining rooted on earth. The universities spreading across the continent aren't just schools, they're laboratories of human potential, proving that reason and faith can dance together rather than fight. The cultural flowering in courts and scriptoriums isn't just entertainment, it's the birth of a new emotional and artistic vocabulary that will enrich human expression for centuries to come. This is the Gothic Revolution, the moment when medieval Europe didn't just emerge from the so-called Dark Ages, but blazed forth with a creativity and intellectual sophistication that rivals any period in human history. In the span of a few generations, Europeans had not only matched the achievements of antiquity, they had exceeded them. But revolutions by their very nature create as many problems as they solve. The same intellectual confidence that produced these magnificent achievements would soon lead to conflicts that would shake medieval civilization to its foundations. The same technology that built these soaring cathedrals would soon be turned to more destructive purposes. And the same expansion of knowledge that filled these new universities would soon force Europeans to confront truths about their world that would challenge everything they thought they knew about their place in creation. The Gothic Revolution had given medieval Europe the tools to build a new world. Whether they would use those tools wisely, that remained to be seen.